Personnel file shows no complaints, but rather praise for policing. Leoya's family, meantime, has called his death an execution.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Leloya was on the ground when he was shot in the back of the head. A federal spotlight on state police in Louisiana as the Justice Department launches a pattern and practice investigation.
Ensuring that law enforcement officers act in a lawful and constitutional manner, which furthers public trust and public safety.
Assistant Attorney General Christian Clark announcing the probe, which follows multiple beatings of black men, including the death of Ronald Green, who was beaten by white troopers after a chase in 2019. A panel of state lawmakers investigating Green's death. Just getting word of a shooting at a business in Maryland with reports of multiple people injured. Fox News confirming the early details. It happened at Columbia Machine, a manufacturer in Smithsburg, Maryland, about 90 miles outside of Washington, D.C. There's no word yet on any motive or suspects or the severity of the injuries. Also, no reports of any fatalities. But again, a shooting at a business in Maryland with multiple injuries reported. America is listening to Fox News.
Start your day with BK's new Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our Cheesy Breakfast Melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, layered with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash browns and a brewed coffee or OJ. Get your hands on the new Cheesy Breakfast Melts, now available during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every day for a limited time only. BK, Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, and the airport. BK, your way.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
After months of investigation, the House committee probing the Capitol riot goes prime time tonight, the first of 7 scheduled hearings.
Aides say they will remind people what happened that day, initial findings about the January 6th attack and its causes, and connect the dots for the American people.
Fox's Mike Emanuel on Capitol Hill. House Republican Caucus Chair Congresswoman Elise Stefanik calls it a circus.
The Democrats have been shameless. The fact that they are booking this on prime time tells you everything you need to know. Most of the committee business in the House starts at 10 a.m. and is through the regular working day. So they're trying to get eyeballs, and they're trying to change the narrative.
Republicans say Democrats don't want to focus on issues that matter to the American people, including high gas prices. A test on Facebook to catch ads filled with hate speech.
The nonprofit groups Global Witness and Foxglove ran tests of Facebook's ability to catch hate speech and report back that the company failed miserably. Global Witness says they came up with 12 text-based ads that called for the murders of people belonging to 3 ethnic groups in Ethiopia. The ads were written in Amharic, the most widely used language in Ethiopia. Facebook approved the ads. They did a similar thing with ads targeting people in Myanmar. Both countries have been experiencing civil wars in recent years. Global Witness said Meta, Facebook's parent group, told them the ads should not have been approved and that they're building up their capacity to catch hateful speech in more languages. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
A late dive on Wall Street. The Dow down 638 points at the close. The S&P and the Nasdaq tumbling more than 2%. This on a day when gas prices soared to another new record, 13th day in a row. $4.97 a gallon in the AAA average, topping $5 a gallon now in the Gas Buddy average. The dive on Wall Street coming just ahead of another key report on inflation. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. A 55-year-old teacher at Guahan Academy Charter School faces criminal sexual conduct charges after he allegedly sexually assaulted a student at Guahan Academy. Daryl D. Francis Lujan, as reported in the Guam Daily Post this morning, was arrested on suspicion of a sexual assault, child abuse, electronic exploitation of a child, and other charges. The child at the time was 14 years old. The alleged sexual assault, after the alleged sexual assault, Lujan maintained contact with the victim and is alleged to have enticed the victim to send him explicit digital images. GPD's domestic assault response team, which began the investigation in March, subsequently learned there was an open case against Lujan from 2019 on similar allegations reported by a parent of another student. DART detectives executed a search warrant on Thursday at Lujan's residence. He was booked and confined at the Department of Corrections. Meanwhile, a 21-year-old man also faces child sexual assault charges after he allegedly molested a 13-year-old girl. Ridgely Abraham allegedly admitted to police at the time of his arrest that he did touch the girl. He was charged with second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. He's scheduled to be back in court on June 23rd for an arraignment. And bail's been set at $8,000 for a man who injured several people in a crash on Machechi. Cyril Retinon was the man who was streaming live on Facebook and drinking beer when he sped down the road, crashing into several vehicles at the intersection. 3 people were seriously injured in that crash. He remains confined on $8,000 bail. He was charged with aggravated assault, vehicular negligence, DUI, and other charges. Retinon allegedly admitted to police that he drank a 6-pack of beer and bought more while he was on his drive, saying he knew what he was doing, but he didn't care. We'll have more news right after this.
My family and I trust the FHP Health Center because of our connection with the healthcare providers. The services are mostly under one roof, enabling a one-stop for all of my family's medical, urgent care, imaging, dental, vision, laboratory, and pharmacy needs. My family and I trust FHP Health Center. You can too. FHP accepts most insurance plans, TRICARE, Medicare, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1, or takecareasia.com. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Village mayors are helping to share the word about the Department of Education's Head Start program as DOE conducts a village-by-village outreach. Employees will be canvassing the villages to share the details about the program. It's geared toward pre-kindergarten children. All DOE employees will have their credentials with them in case you see them. Meanwhile, a recruitment event will be held today at Ukdu High School, where DOE will be looking to bring on school teachers and fill other positions throughout the department. That job fair will be from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. this afternoon. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Okay. All right. No, I was going through stuff. I was editing the actual, because today's Friday. Did you notice?
I did.
Today's Friday.
I did notice.
So what happens is, I'll print things out. I'll get all, this paperwork together, and then I'll go, okay, when things get slow, I'll read this, and it'll be entertaining, and I'll riff and whatever. And I was just going through a bunch of stuff that I've had for the last 2 weeks, going, I'm never gonna get to this. I'm never gonna get to this story. It might be the most interesting thing. But I gotta prune every once in a while. I gotta weed the garden so that's what I was doing. And so what are we left with? An edible tape. That might be one of the things that we get to before the end of the program today is edible tape. And you might be asking, Ray, what do you need edible tape for? Go ahead, ask.
What do you need?
Edible tape.
Edible tape. What do you need edible tape for,
So
man?
Does it have THC in it?
No, it doesn't have no. But
well, then we don't want that edible tape.
we could add to that. We could add to the process.
Caught me off guard, man.
So it's okay. It's Friday.
Wow.
Did everybody go out last night?
I didn't.
Oh my God!
Try something on last
I got
night?
kids. I've got a lot of kids.
Okay.
Man.
So I represented.
So do you ever make burritos? Do you ever make burritos at the house?
Oh,
right?
I make burritos.
You can only make a burrito. The only people that are good at making burritos are like at Caliente or wherever, right?
Oh yeah.
So they fold them up perfectly and they stay rolled.
Yes, sir.
Until it's time to eat them.
Yes.
And there's a bunch of people, generally white folks, that haven't figured out the magic yet.
Gringos, Ray. You mean gringos?
Could be. So
I bet they can't do lumpias either.
They've created. You can look it up.
Can I say gringo on the radio, man?
My squaw said it was okay. But they made an edible tape so that you can tape your burrito and it won't fall apart while you're eating it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that not the most
awesome?
That's the
And
most
it's
interesting thing that you're going to hear today.
It's made of egg whites.
It could be. Like I said, Google it and you'll see. Oh, my God. Mostly sunny today. Highs near 88 degrees. East winds 9 to 15 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 18 miles an hour. Do I have images of the weather map? Yes. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Guam kind of out there. A little bit of wispy clouds moving off to the west of us, and it doesn't look like there's anything to take its place for another day or so. So we can expect mostly sunny skies in the forecast, maybe some isolated showers. It's mostly cloudy tonight for a Friday. Tomorrow, partly sunny. Daytime highs near 88 degrees and mostly cloudy by Saturday night. Sunday's going to be partly sunny as well. Daytime highs near 88 degrees. East winds 9 to 11 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy on Sunday night. So maybe with the clouds that they say are moving in for the partly sunnies and the mostly cloudies, maybe that will help cool things down a little bit. You think it's hot here? There are places in the States over the weekend. They're sending the warnings out right now that are going to see triple-digit temperatures in the next few days. So if you're listening off in the States, check with your weather guys and see what's happening. And you can tell me what it's like right now on your Thursday afternoons. Sunrise this morning at 5:53. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:47. Edible tape. It's a thing. 6:12 news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 some odd years.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Be back.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
We're cranking things up here this morning. 6:13, Shaking the Cage in the Ray Gibson Show. Brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence. With a local home, also being brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. Maybe you've been looking at the back pages of the newspapers and thinking, I would like a piece of property down in the Harmon Industrial Park for $1 million. Maybe we'll check the title before I make that big investment. That's what they do for you at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Quarter after 6 o'clock in the morning, and welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you. Why? Because it's Friday. We've made it. It was, for some of you, maybe a long, long week. Anybody that had to go testify over at the legislature. Did you use small words? Did you notice when you were testifying over at the legislature, you kind of slowed down your speech so that they would understand you a little bit more? Yeah, that'll happen, because it's one of those things. You almost need to go in there with with pictures and diagrams so that they get a sense of what it is that you're talking about. Anyway, so it's what is it? I said it was Friday, right?
It's Friday, man.
Finally,
all day.
And no
and
frowning.
You remembered your name.
I did. Thank you very much. I spelled it correctly, too. The gist of things here this morning is no frowny face Friday. It's one of the things. There might be some news stories that you look at and just go, what? But try not to make the frowny face. So you got a big weekend. There's a lot going on this weekend. The calendar is absolutely packed, as was the calendar last night. Lots of stuff going on. I don't know if you noticed, but you know, even Montecillo Tyron had ways to. You even went out. That was so rare.
I did.
You went to go and check out the John Savars?
Yes, I did.
Diva John.
That should be like a reggae band. The John Savars, like the John Dank Show.
Yeah, and I got
The
more
John
stickers.
Savars
You got
tour.
more. Did you get an explanation of what the sticker means?
The stickers? Wait, hold on.
I'm holding on. I just he came by and dropped
Well,
off
the
his
sticker
vision
means because, you know, of course, it's got the seal.
in the shape of the laddie
seal.
stone,
And then the
this
green
little like
cross.
chicken bones.
The green cross is for the, it's a weave. So it kind of localizes the green cross, which is a symbol for medicinal marijuana.
I had no idea that there was a symbol for. Is there a flag? Do they have
Wow,
the
you
little
guys
flag?
still have yours. Huh? I rolled mine
but
up.
when you go out to the States and you go to the dispensaries, they usually have the green cross on the outside of it. That's how you distinguish.
Oh my God, I had no idea. Yeah,
Yes.
well, it's because I've not been to the States in an awful long time.
And he's not looking for medical
reason,
weed, man.
No reason to get and I wasn't looking for any medicinal weed.
I
Okay.
don't know though. Is it only for medicinal weed or is it just a dispensary?
So,
symbol? I don't know.
the thing is ringed with the deals in red to make it the Guam seal. That looks like chicken bones to me, doesn't it?
Almost.
They look like wing bones. It does. Anyway, so
Or
congratulations,
bamboo, like red
congratulations
bamboo.
to John Savars.
Yeah,
Had a
he had
fundraiser
a really
last
good
night.
turnout. It was fun. The room was filled with smoke, but it wasn't.
Not that kind of smoke.
yeah, man.
And then there was a Duane's Fundy thing that you went
yeah.
to.
On the way home, we saw there was our friend Chris Paris had a medical fundraiser,
Okay.
so we stopped in. As it turns out, it was an FD event, which you know how those go.
Oh my God!
So I'm not feeling 100%.
That's okay. This is it's self-inflicted head wounds is what we call that.
Symptoms, yeah.
Flu-like symptoms, right? So I don't know. Yesterday, after
But it was a class of '87.
troublemakers.
Oh, what a great year. Though,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah.
It's a great year.
Did you?
No,
Are you?
No, I'm not.
No, you're
But
like-
I remember the year.
Oh, okay.
What year are you?
I remember the years.
91.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway, so yesterday went to the Fundy. I went to the Fundy over at for Joe G over at Applebee's and walked in like at 11, I don't know, 10 or something like that. The place was already packed. Place was already packed. They got family and friends all over the place making a big noise and a lot of people eating expensive food. They ordered. They would give me the most expensive thing because I want that 10% to go and help out Joe G. Got a chance to see Commissioner Roy Gamboa,
Awesome,
who was down there. We talked a little bit about how Joe is doing, and they're confident, but he's not out of the woods
Good,
by
man.
a long
Keep
shot.
fighting,
Needs
Joe.
Lots of prayers, and help out the family every chance that you get. And there are going to be a ton of things that are going on this weekend. We got the volleyball competition, the All-Star game that's going to take place over at Father Duane's at the Phoenix Center. We got there's
Action.
the Fiesta of Races up at the Jigo Raceway Park. We might talk to Henry a little bit later on about all of that. And my friend Michelle Peer.
The artiste.
The artiste.
She's our friend, too.
She's, well, I mean, she's
not
all
just
of
your
our
friend.
She's all of our friends. But she's, I don't know, when she posts something on Facebook, like she's swimming or something like that in a swimsuit, do you Valentines like those?
Screenshot.
Okay, screenshot.
Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely. Oh my God, Janine's. I'm just
Sorry, Michelle,
I'm just
just
going to
kidding,
stop
man.
right
Just
there.
kidding.
Anyway, so
Stay focused.
I'm trying. What is it? Morning show? Okay, I'll try to lock in on what we're doing. Okay, so I was focused enough during the break after the news to actually go find a story because I know that there's people out there that are going, that guy Ray Gibson, he's full of baloney on the radio. Edible tape, get out of here. Edible. What do you need edible tape for you? Here's an actual Eyewitness News 7 story about tasty tape stops burritos and wraps from falling apart. Joe, hit the button.
Food. It's a dining dilemma we've been talking about for years and years. I mean, this has really kept us up at night.
Vexed me.
How do we keep the burrito or wrap from falling apart?
I know, an age-old question. Thanks to a student and students actually at Johns Hopkins, there's now a solution. Tasty tape is an adhesive that keeps all the ingredients inside wraps or burritos instead of all over your plate and falling out of your hands. Tasty tape is clear, but the researchers added blue dye in the video so we could see how it was used. The creators are applying it for a patent, so they are not disclosing their formula, but coming to an awesome taco place near us.
Oh, check it out. That's
There
pretty
you
cool.
go.
Kids would
See,
love that.
it's a real thing, and kids.
I really don't think it's going to go to any taco place.
not any self-respecting taco place.
I have ideas, Ray.
Oh, you've already, it's already turning around in your
That's a
head.
good way to shut people up, though.
Get behind me, Satan.
621. Every once in a while, we get that story, right, of an overzealous teacher that couldn't control the kids in the classroom, so they'd put tape on their face.
yeah.
Those are my favorite stories. And if you'd like to be that teacher, it's job fair
Well,
day.
now it's child abuse. That was a regular thing when.
Oh,
when I
everything
was
is
in
child
school.
abuse now. Oh my God! I'm looking at
I
it.
had
and instead of-
rulers on my knuckles and tape on my mouth.
Yeah, well, because I'm
Oh, and
surprised I
books.
don't do that.
And I had to, Yes, I had to
Do you
do
remember?
that.
Do you remember? No. Do you remember
I
when?
did this.
I don't know. I think it was in the 3rd grade or something like this, and I was talking
Sister
out loud.
Margaret Mary at Cathedral Grade School.
And she took these hooks and put them into my chest and then lifted me up by by the hooks on the
That
ceiling.
was the old ways,
The
Ray.
old ways, and,
Yeah.
and we've got such snowflake kids now. You just look at them
put
funny.
on
and
a hook?
They start freaking out.
Yeah,
Oh
I used
yeah,
to hang him from the ceiling.
Yeah,
That's pre-Neo.
There was there was a takeoff on some Indian versus white guy movie from Once Upon a Time. Anyway, 6:21 in the morning. Lots and lots to talk about. But let's. Did I do the introduction? Real Joe with the phones. 888-8255. 888-TALK is a telephone number. Montesilva Tyrant's going to take care of news and headlines all morning long. Are you guys looking at each other again? Are you making faces?
No, she went like this. I'm not going to do no news here.
Okay, because every once in a while I'll get off on a tear, and the two of these guys just roll their eyes at each other like, here he goes again. Anyway, as I said, 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number, and then Mono with the news, et cetera, et cetera. The meme machine is online. I've got pictures here. Wow, Lynn McAfee, and it says, "Good morning, beautiful Guam," from Lynn. But the question is, how does Lynn get a picture of beautiful Guam in the sunrise? She doesn't live here anymore. Unless, Lynn, are you back into 671?
Oh.
Are you chasing around guys and girls in the hood here? What's going on?
Yeah, about that money I lent you before you left last time.
You know, you're going to want to see the cat, aren't you? You're going to want to see the cat. You're going to want to make sure that the cat is doing okay. Still only got the one eye. Yeah, but at least it's got the one eye. It's not like he lost the other one.
Still has his eye.
She's
Way
still
to go,
good.
Ray.
6:22 in the morning, and so now that everybody knows who is in the studio and on the microphones, let's find out who's lurking in the social media.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Yeah. We're all the same. We all go through the same heartaches at the same time. Well, that's not entirely true. Sometimes you're the one that's stuck in traffic, and you're looking at all your friends in the opposite direction, and they're moving, 45 miles an hour, something like that.
Yeah, 55.
I need to vent. I gotta vent. For the second day in a row, I've gotten, my commute brings me, from one side of Teeds and over by the, Payless and et cetera, all the way down to the airport, and most of the time, I'm the only one that's out there, and so I'm cruising at a pretty good speed, about 35, 40 miles an hour, a respectable
Allegedly.
speed. I'm not breaking any speed laws through there. And for the last 2 days, I've gotten to the end, not quite the end, within about a half mile of the end, and there's always a car that's going, literally, I'm not kidding now, 16 miles an hour. And so I'm going 45 miles an hour, 45 to 50, 55 miles. And then all of a sudden, I get to, and there's a guy, I don't know if it's the same guy or a different guy, just like, okay, I'm just happy just puttering along at 16 miles an hour. Like they're saving gas that way. Maybe that's what they're thinking. This is a great way that I can save gas. Is not go the speed limit. Well, you're going the same distance here, guy. You're just going a whole hell of a lot slower than you're supposed to be. Anyway, 6:24 as we take a look at who's on the map here this morning. We start with number one. Are you ready for this? Tim Zediker. Tim Zediker on the app of record says
Way
Tim
to go,
Zediker
Tim.
is number one. Yeah,
All you do is win.
Paul was so happy for you. Felix Bamba coming in at number two on this. Post Canteen with the announcement, Queen of Hearts drawing tonight. The jackpot is $3,150. Almost $4,000. Almost $4,000. Oh, my God. It's just creeping up there. Sarita Garin asking, are we there yet? Baby, there is a state of mind. And I had a chance to see pretty Sarita and cousin Troy dining yesterday at Applebee's.
Really?
Yeah, and I got in real close for a selfie. I mean, awkward close. I got an awkward close, and we got the selfie, and I kissed everybody goodbye. And about 5 minutes later, I got a note. Somehow or another, it didn't save. The selfie did not save. So you're going to have to imagine it in your head. Awkwardly close. Sarita, it was a Ray sandwich with Troy on one side and Sarita on the other. As I said, awkward. Lucia Fleming Wood online saying, hi, y'all. Howdy back to you. Rios Catalina, it says. Patty Santiago is there. Mark and Francis Ishmael. Colin Clark saying, good morning, everybody. We'll hear from Colin on Monday and find out what the new price of gasoline is on base. Auntie Bennett, Lahan Duenas. From Family Finances there, M.T. Farron, and Raf Marcelli Scambaluri, also known as Ding, is online here this morning. So, Ding, what's it going to be? Are you going to throw your hat in the ring? Come on, they're remarking over on the Guam Daily Post how slow. What's that? In the ring, Ding? Throw it in the ring, Ding.
Throw your hat in the ring, Ding.
Ding. Oh, I get it.
It's a slogan.
I get it. Put your hand in the ring, Ding. MPO Go Online. Bandit is hanging out with her. Alpha Bandit. Margaret Estacchio is there. It's going to be the greatest Friday ever, he says. Mike Grace Bloss online. So is Greg Basnight. Oliver Malacca saying, good morning, Ray, Mana, Joe, Jerry, and everybody. It's Friday. Have a safe weekend. No. That's not how you have fun. Come on, you want to slide into Monday morning. You know, like you're sliding into home base. That's the way you want to do that. You blood trailing in the distance in the background. That's the way we're going to do this weekend. Let me see. I got Hannah Gamboa, Mrs. Commissioner online. As I said, pretty Sarita Garin, Patty Cruz is there. Lonnie Salas sending good morning wishes everybody. Henry Menglotnya watching from Barstow, California. Isn't Barstow where they make sriracha?
I believe so. The Asian guy came here on a boat and he started a big company. Yeah.
So where in California is it made? There's a story I'll dig out for you in a little bit where there is concern the sriracha people have put out a statement saying they're going to have to stop making sriracha for a while. There is apparently a shortage of the chilies that they use to make sriracha, and there's just not enough of it. So they're telling everybody, well, we're going to let the stock gather up a little bit, and maybe we'll get back to you. So get your orders in, and we'll fulfill them as we're able to when this is done. But with everything else going on in the world war in Ukraine, and we got oil prices, and the cost of everything is going up. No baby formula. Screw the babies. I need my sriracha. So you might want to, as you go out and do your shopping today, replace the sriracha that you've already got in the house, and maybe get an emergency standby bottle just in case things don't go properly, don't go the right way at the factory.
How much a barrel is that, Ray, right now?
Per barrel, $133.18 for a barrel of sriracha. But I got a feeling, once that shortage starts, the only place we're going to be able to find it is on the black market. What? You see it?
A drought in Mexico is affecting the company's pepper stocks. So Hui Fong Foods is the company.
Yeah, but are they in Barstow? That's what you were searching for, right?
Oh, that's right, man. I'm sorry.
10 barbecues later. It's okay. Just jump in when you got it. Jerome McDonald's online saying happy Friday, Guam. What's that? Who else is there? Dale Audette, Greg Basnight, John Barcinas, and Nicholas JB's online. Eunice Mendiola, and let me see. I got John Ray, John Barcinas. No, I already said his name. Pat Saho is online. Marla Caberzito, Henry Menglotnya, Post Canteen, gas going up on base. You can almost call this, right? Post says $4.95. It's up 28 cents. That's not today's number though, right? That was the warning for tomorrow. Mana's looking it up right now. What?
Oh yes, no, it's 470 on base.
Okay, 470.
So I guess it'd be 490 tomorrow.
495 according to Post Canteen. Joy and Pinko's there. Melinda St. Nicholas McMullen. I got B Rescue Day note from Dennis Larson. We'll get details on that. Senator Jesse Anderson Lahan online. Biba. Valerie S.A. Untalan, Greg Fausto, Lena McDaniel online. Fry yay and no frowny faces family. Absolutely. Colin Clark says, son of a beach. $4.95. Get out of here with that noise. Tony Quintanilla is online. Mark and Francis Ishmael says, we spent $88 for gas every 4 days from Dededo to Telempago, Sunday to Friday. I was going to say, well, we're going to need to start, I don't know, make a bus system or something like that. Didn't I already have an idea like that? And did I not pass that along to Governor Gutierrez to pass along to the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration?
Idea when they think of it.
Exactly. Well, just enough time between me talking about it on the radio and them coming out and saying, you know, the price of gasoline and diesel on Guam, maybe we ought to take all of the school buses that we're not using to transport students and use that as some kind of an ad hoc bus system on Guam and give people an option, give them a break to be able to transport themselves and their families, you know, people need to go to the doctor. People need to go to the clinic. People need to go pick up their prescriptions. And now we've got a way to help.
Irwindale, California.
Where?
Irwindale, California.
Irwindale, California. Okay.
Or if you're German, it's Irvin.
Irwindale. Now, now a few years ago, city fathers in Irwindale actually threatened to shut down the sriracha plant because apparently the
burning ice.
The combination.
Burning ice.
Yes. It's like living inside of, you know, one of those pepper spray bottles. Anyway, but I think somebody took a look at it and said, well, do you know how many people they employ and what kind of taxes they pay back to Irwindale? Maybe we'll go ahead and just learn to live with the smell like the people in Hershey, Pennsylvania do, and Atlanta, Georgia. We've got Harvey Egna online, soon to be Senator.
Oh, Harvey.
Good to have you there. Joe Cruz referring to James Howard. I ain't no vision. I'm the man who loves you inside and out, backwards and forwards, with my heart hanging out. Oh, special.
It's Friday, Ray. I'm in love.
Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online here this morning. We may hear from former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez at some point here today because there is yet again something to be excited about. For the first time since 2019, Guam will play host to a Japanese fam tour. So travel agents and influencers and travel writers and that kind of thing are going to be coming out to Guam and you know, just kind of taking a look. So could you do me a favor? Could you clean up? Just whatever, to mow the yard, just straighten out the place. If you got one of those ice dealing families next to you, see if there's maybe you could get them to move all of the junk in the back of the house, just for a couple of days while the Japanese are here, so that, you know, they don't have to take a look at that blight. My God, what a disgrace. Bill Petit is online. I got Keena McCausland from Vancouver, where it's going to be hot this weekend. Simon Sanchez back in town. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. I see Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola is online. Sarita asking, what the hell is edible tape? Before you use that edible tape, do you have a safe word? Says Jose Martinez. I love that. Mike Grace Blas says, I heart burritos, spelled Borytoes. And in the words, I saw that too. Jose Tetpago says, in the words of my Nino, Senator Juan Kennedy, with the high cost of gas, he actually said this, it's cheaper to buy cocaine and just run everywhere. And, you know, he's got a point there. Mitchell Prashado online. Chance said edible tape is for anyone who wants to eat in class, but the teacher doesn't want to let you. He said, what did he go on to say? He said you can sneak it in there. That was always my favorite. Las Vegas, 108 degrees. That's the weather report from Guam journalist Dave Eckert, who's online. That's nice. Greg Fausto says it's called lumpia, and I was thinking about that. Never mind the edible tape. Just do what we do here with lumpia. A little bit of egg wash and then fry it up, and it's good. We did good. Jules Tejano is online. I see East Side at Nellis Air Force Base, says Dave. Kenneth Polino online. That's the reason Caliente wraps its burrito with foil. You keep it wrapped so start a tear on top. You guys are really just attacking this topic here, and I don't know what I'm digging. I guess I am digging it. You wrap it up with foil. You keep it wrapped, so you start a tear on the top, inch by inch, spiral down as you eat. Fine, but you also risk, that's a great workaround. I appreciate that, but you also risk, though, the possibility that you might get a tinfoil on your filling.
Oh, that'll hurt.
There is no greater pain. I'm just talking about it now. You're
risk,
feeling it, aren't you? Governor Rome needs $600 from the Programman Sulapi, whatever, out of gas in the hills of Umatic. Nice to see everybody online here this morning, including Gerald Young, Elizabeth Mendiola, Kitsitsu. Army Lynn is there. Army, you're going to call in a little bit later on. You're under orders from Dyron. I picked up those orders last night. I read it in Dyron Cruz.
Orders,
yeah, over at most of the
Code
guy.
Red.
The guy picked up my tab. For I don't,
Wow.
you know, he said, well, you're so helpful with the, you know, the Gold Star thing, and so let me just pay for your Tanatla Cutney and your beers and
So
your soda.
$600.
11, 12, almost $4,000. Thank you, yeah, for the federal funds. Mark Voigtland online checking in from the free zone. This is already too much fun here. We're having Jimenez Hessa is there. I got, let me see, I'm looking for some new names. Pam Duvall online. Oh my God, over virtually everything that these people are talking about has to do with edible tape. Or no, you wrap it up in tinfoil. Somebody else is saying, no, use a toothpick to hold it together. This, I think maybe we ought to have some kind of a burrito fiesta here with our point listeners, because everybody seems to be down with the recipes. Dennis Benzer, hooray! I drink. Dennis Benzer is not working here this morning.
On morning, DB.
But he is going to be listening online for opportunities. Every time I tell you what time it is, it's just some random thing. That means it's time for him to drink. Anytime I say what's the word, what's the you know whatever, then he's going to take a shot. At the end of the day, well, that's not really mine. I borrowed that from Joanne Brown. Sarita Garan, if you don't know how to wrap a burrito without that tape, you're in the wrong restaurant business. Another extra expense you don't need. Just saying. And let me see. Frank Meno, Montesilva Tyron checking in. Heather Perez, Anna Marie. My God, a huge crowd today.
Bunker?
Biba Bunker. Joanne Taitano is there. Jeanette Suzuki. Hoffa Zook, nice to see you online. Gabriel Leon Guerrero is on. Oh, my God. That's my brother Gabe. Up Washington State.
Sup, Gabe?
Dude, it's going to be hotter up there where you are than it is going to be down here. He is threatening to return home for a visit.
Oh, wow.
Sometime late summer. And I'm like, dude, are you going anywhere? I say, no, I'm not. Not now. Not now that I know that you're going to be back in town. We are definitely going to get together. Tattoo Shauna online. And Tattoo Shauna was expressing how pleased she was to hear from Dr. Macris on the radio, how he gently explains things about vaccines and, you know, the COVID-19. And I'll tell you what, Tattoo Shauna, Dr. George Mack was so taken by your compliments. When he gets back to Guam, he said he's going to get a tattoo from you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What do you think it'll be, Ray?
The Tasmanian Devil. Tasmanian from the Saturday morning cartoons. Sure, why not? Dave Lassard is there. I got Reed Canetta online. Wadida Machi, Jason Dinkle checking in. Ken Leon Guerrero talking about a mass transit system too logical and will only serve the needs of working people, not the financial needs of the politically well-connected insiders. We'll find another way. Yeah, I think Dennis Benzer needs to take a shot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when he says well-connected people, insiders, whatever, that's usually some kind of sign. But here's the thing. I was actually looking at this because in Hawaii, they have announced a price hike for bus fares. And I think ours is like $1.50 or something like that. Now, the going rate in Hawaii for bus fares is $3 now. For just, you know, if you're just getting on the bus one time.
I'll walk, man.
Exactly.
I'll walk and buy a Masubi.
Well, you know, here's the truth about all of this stuff, though. If you've ever spent any time in Hawaii, you know owning a car in Hawaii is a pain in the butt. You got to pay for it, and you got to get the insurance, and then you got the registration, all these other fees that get tacked on.
Parking.
And then parking.
Roadblocks.
Where we gonna park the car? I don't know. You gotta put the car in the LOI, you know? But there's hardly ever any open parking on the LOI. They're gonna tow the sucker away. So, yeah, a lot of people ride the bus because it's cheaper and less of a hassle to do all of that. Leslie St. Nicholas online, Francis Wolfer, Lou Mendiola, Jose Tepago. Let me see. Dennis Benzer says I'm already messed up. Is the tape like a sanitary napkin for the burrito?
He's already messed up.
Guys, it's Friday. Can you tell? Where are we gonna meet for lunch? Where are we meeting for lunch? What burrito place are we all gonna invade today? And nosh on that, and all the different versions, all the different ways that they can seal it up, aluminum and tape, staples from Home Depot. I don't know, big nail or something like that. 6:39. Lots and lots. I got to do a shout. I don't see his name on the Facebook, though he says each morning he listens usually on the Facebook, and that's Assistant Deputy Fire Chief Joey St. Nicholas.
Good morning, Chief.
Online, I saw him and the boys that were hanging out last night over at the Mosa place.
Yeah,
and passed along some nice words. He was talking with the commandant of the Marine base that we're opening up here on Guam, and he said my name actually came up in a conversation.
No,
here we
in
go,
a good
man.
way. No, the guy
Okay,
says,
all right.
he says, that 93.3 Ray Gibson show with Mana and Joe and everything. That's my station. It's my station. I love listening in the morning and love listening to Bob in the afternoon. And we say thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and say it. 93.3 KUSG. We are the official station of Camp Bloss. We're the official radio station of Marine Base Camp
I'm honored,
Bloss.
man.
So when
Honored.
they all wake up in the morning, they blast our
That's it.
station.
Yeah,
It's
right after the
mandatory.
Red League.
Mandatory.
Wow.
Oh, speaking of mandatory, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring a Valiant Shield is going on. And I want to thank everybody that came out last night for the square dance. Absolutely fantastic. This is going to be a working weekend, and to get everybody in the right frame of mind, if you are associated with Valiant Shield, you are required to watch Maverick Top Gun. They want everybody in that kind of fly into the danger zone kind of. Everybody needs to be on the same
still
page. So
feeling it, man.
you're all going to need to go and find a screen somewhere. Just say you're with Valiant Shield. They'll let you in. Free popcorn, by the way. If you can prove that you're Valiant, just show them the coin or whatever, and then they'll let you into the theater.
Get inverted out there.
Get inverted. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maverick.
was inverted.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Mitchell. 6:41 in the morning. Oh, yeah. Is it
sorry.
time for the 6:30 news, Mana? Let's get to it. 6:30 news here on The Point. Mana, what happened last night?
Well, police arrested a 55-year-old teacher from Guahan Academy Charter School. He faces criminal sexual conduct charges after he allegedly sexually assaulted a student there. The student at the time was 14 years old. Daryl D. Francis Lujan was booked and confined. Meanwhile, the Department of Education will be doing an outreach in the villages, and they will be carrying credentials. In case you're wondering, the village mayors will be helping out as they spread the word about the Department of Education's Head Start program that they are hoping to fill in the upcoming school year. Employees will be canvassing each of the villages, going door to door. Meanwhile, a recruitment event is being held today at Ukudu High School. DOE is looking to fill a number of positions throughout the department, including 300 teacher positions in various grades, in all of the grades, rather. DOE's job fair will be at Ukudu from 10 to 2. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Well, would you look at the time? Did you hear that, Real Joe?
Wow.
So are we passive aggressiving today? Is that what's happening?
Oh, wow.
Just you're my sister. It's okay.
Get
Just
out of her
lean
way,
over
bro.
and hit me and just look at. Hey, I got to do the news at some point. Hey, Janine Bloss has checked in.
Good morning, Janine.
Good morning, Janine. Nice to see you there. Wow, an arrestee was actually confined, said Harvey. Yeah, they must have a new guy over at the court. must be first day at work. We're going behind bars.
Yeah.
Put away, and everybody's going, are you sure? You sure you want to do that? Anyway, 6:42. We'll take a quick break. On the way, we'll find out what's happening in traffic and a word about the weather. And then we're going to talk to which one is it? Landon?
Landon, the gun show outlet.
Okay, gotcha. And then we'll spend some time talking about some of the cool, groovy things that they are going to be up to here in just a little bit.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
There it is. I'm looking at a picture Gerald posted up on the Facebook Messenger. It says, this week's gasoline prices at your exchange starting June 11th.
You will pay $4.95 for a gallon of regular gas, mid-grade $5.40, and premium, I'm rounding up here to $5.71. And those are the base prices. Man, oh man, it used to be one of those things, hey, you can buy me gas on base, and not so much of a big deal because it's going up just as fast on base as it is off base. 6:45 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll take a look at what's happening in traffic right now. Let me see. Is there some? Doesn't look like there's a whole lot up in Gigo. I'm waiting for things to get pretty active there, but not necessarily happening. Southbound Marine Corps Drive through there and into Dededo also looking like there's not a whole lot happening here this morning. Tiny bit of traffic over at 1 and 3, but it's mostly on Marine Corps Drive as opposed to being on Route 3. Things are going to busy up a little bit later on, though, up around Ukadu at 10 o'clock this morning. DOE is going to be having a job fair, so wear your nice Zoris, okay? We got 8, 10, and 16 running a little bit busy for this morning, but otherwise traffic on 10, traffic on 4, and traffic on Route 8. 8? Yeah, 8 heading into town. Looking pretty good. Don't see a whole lot happening at Big Navy in Sumai. Everybody's getting on the bus. They're going to go off base, go watch Maverick Top Gun so that we'll all be in the correct frame of mind for Operation Valiant Shield. It's 6:46 in the Ray Gibson Show.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game presented by the Guam Army National Guard goes down Sunday, June 12th at the FD Phoenix Center. The best high school players from both the public and private schools will put their talents on display, coached by the champion coaches. Watch it live at the Phoenix Center or streaming on GuamSportsNetwork.com, powered by IT&E. The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game, June 12th. Is it time to sell a car? Great way to get into the weekend. How about a brand new car from Nissan? How about one of the cars that are in the over 30 club? And you're going, are they 30 years old? What's this marketing? No. They get better than 30 miles to the gallon. Whole lineup, including the Nissan Sentra Rogues, are on that list to get like 32 miles to the gallon or something like that. And if you're interested in electric, they've got one for you. It's called the Leaf. Gets the equivalent of 111 miles to the gallon. That just make your head explode, doesn't it? Find out more at NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
There's some amazing stuff going on. I got to get somebody that knows and understands golf and the PGA better than I do. But have you seen the headline? Apparently, there's like guys like Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson, massive PGA stars. They've been kicked out of the PGA.
Oh, that's great.
Well, hey, look, there's room for us. Apparently, they're playing with this Saudi Arabian LIV thing. And the PGA says, yeah, they execute gay people in Saudi Arabia. Maybe there's not a group that we want to be associated with, but Mickelson is making something like $200 million to play in this LIV organization. Man. Yeah. So they're going, well, it sucks to be gay in Saudi Arabia then, doesn't it? Let's tee off. I'm going to hit it from the white tees this time. 6:48 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, and as I said, crazy. We got folks up in the States, and I'm looking at people like Keena in the upper left-hand corner of the States, and Dave Eckert in Las Vegas, 108 degrees out there, already in triple digits, and they say that is going to continue. We normally talk to this guy. Which one is it, Landon or Brandon?
It's Landon. He's the one that works out.
Gun Show online. We usually talk to him about local weather, but I'm sure that you guys are also interested in observing what's happening in the U.S. mainland. 45 million Americans are going to be facing triple-digit weather this weekend.
Yeah, that's definitely correct. And I was talking to one of my friends. She's a meteorologist at Channel 12 in Phoenix, Arizona, and she said that she usually doesn't mind the dry heat, but once it starts getting up 110 degrees, that's when it starts getting a little bit uncomfortable. So Of course, that's the dry heat. We like to point out the dry heat versus the humidity, but regardless, once you're getting up in those numbers, it's not fun whether it's dry or humid.
Yeah, it just oppressive is the word. Where you open the door of the house, so you got a little bit of air conditioning going on, and you open the door of the house, and it feels like you've just stuck your head in an oven, and that doesn't go away.
That's correct. Yeah, it does not go away. And I remember I was visiting Florida before I moved out to Guam back in 2010. I was there in May of 2010, and I was visiting my parents in Jacksonville, Florida, and I was like, my gosh, I cannot wait to get back to the Pacific, because I had just ended 2.5 years in the Marshall Islands, where our high temperature was usually like 87, 86 degrees, because we got the cooling of the ocean water around us. And Kwajalein is a very small island, about the size of the Guam Airport complex. But over here in Guam, it's a little bit warmer here because we have a little bit more landmass that can warm up during the daytime. But my gosh, you don't know heat until you're in the southeast states or the desert in the southwest.
Can't disagree with that. I've spent time in central states during the summer, and the thing is, you still need to live a life. I mean, it's still summertime in the states, and there's still parks that are open, amusement things, and most of them that would be happy to sell you a bottle of water for $5 a piece, all of a sudden will hand you a cup of water. I remember one amusement park that we went to over the course of a summertime, and we went there, and you could not get yourself enough plastic bottles of water. It was just unbelievable. Yeah. And then you'd go someplace, where the stands, and they'd refill it for you with ice water for absolutely free, just because they'd rather they'd rather give away water than have to haul you away in an ambulance from heat stroke. And that's the kind of thing that's going on.
It's much better like that for visibility. So
it looks better for the guys in legal. Anyway, 6:51 in the morning. We bring things back over here. We have had just a string of very, very hot days. Adjusted with the heat index. I got in the car yesterday in the morning at 4:30, and it was already 81 degrees. And of course, it gets much hotter during the day once the sun comes out for good. Doesn't start feeling nice until I'd say about 4:30, 4:45 when the angle of the dangle changes. When are we going to get some relief from our little heat wave?
Well, we're going to probably be getting a little bit more relief on a larger scale. That'll probably be coming more into July. But right now we're at the tail end of our dry season, when the fire danger is at its highest, and we're just waiting. We're on the precipice of those wetting rains to start mixing back in over the area. So usually it happens around mid to late June. That's when our first major rains start. It's not the end to the dry season, but that's when it starts trending a little bit wetter and a little bit cooler. But right now we're at the peak part of the season, where it's the hottest. And we had the Joint Typhoon Warning Center folks here on island earlier this week, and they said that it was hot. They got out of the plane. They could feel the heat coming through the jetway and everything. And they were shocked at how hot it was. But at nighttime, when they were at the outside their rooms at the Hilton, it was much cooler and quite comfortable. But the daytime, it's a scorcher. So you want to limit your outdoor exposure, because if you're not prepared, you will succumb to the heat, whether it's through
but I don't want to limit my outdoor exposure, because if I stay in the house, the air conditioning's on, and we're about to see Hawaii prices for electricity before long.
That's correct. So you have to get that balance. But fortunately, unlike in Florida, where you go swimming to cool off, there's alligators, we don't have that problem here. So make use of the beaches.
There's a play. I had not thought about that. Here's look. It could be worse. You could be trying to cool off in the rivers in Florida where they have alligators. Here on Guam, we just got those cute little tiny shrimps. 6:53, and Landon Adlet on the line now. And I want to give you an opportunity to make a plug for the big event that is coming up. This is going to be a hallmark for summer, and the way that we usher in the Liberation festivities. You and your brother and a whole team, I understand, of people that are going to be helping with the creation of the Lincoln Log Sears Tower.
Yeah, it's going to be nothing short of chaos. I have a sign in my office. At the office, I'm the warning coordination meteorologist, but I have a sign that says chaos coordinator, and next week will be about it. We have a lot of action going on next week. Just last night, I was bringing the building blocks downstairs from my upstairs bedroom down to the dining room, where we're going to be loading that up on Monday morning first thing. It took over an hour to get all the blocks downstairs. It's that many. So we have a lot. We're going to not just break the record, but we're going to
wait. Yeah, Mana's asking a good question here. If you got boxes and boxes, oodles, if you will, of Lego, why didn't you just leave them downstairs? Whose idea was it to take them upstairs?
Well, that's part of the problem. I was collecting these since last year, and really the upstairs guest bedroom is the only place, and I hear her laughing in the background.
Oh, we're all laughing.
My guest room has been dubbed the Lincoln bedroom. That's where all the blocks have been stored.
Is it haunted?
That's just brilliant.
Not yet. Not yet, but maybe there's a spot under the stairway where it gets dark and cramped. That might get haunted from time to time. But we'll see.
That's Brandon's fetal position lay down zone. 6:55. Do you need any other help? I mean, or are we at the point now where we couldn't take any more extra hands right now to help put this thing together? But it's a fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity, so we got to get that plug in. So folks, get ready to dig into your wallets and purses again, because this is going to be a great way. And I love the symbolism here. We're building with Lego logs, and we got Habitat for Humanity, and they help people build their homes. I like the way you put all of those together. Oh.
Yeah, and this is a building project. We've been piecing the pieces together for a while now, and I want to thank our major sponsors, WB Floors and Associates, also Morco and AK Atkins Kroll for their in-kind contribution of the lifts. We'll be using 2 scissor lifts to get up to the top of the Gardner Shopping Center because they don't make ladders tall enough that we need to get up there. So we're going to be using those lifts Thursday, Friday next week. Also, major sponsors, Wise Owl, GPO, Island Equipment, Addis Trust, Great National Insurance for covering us with liability, and the Gardner Shopping Center for hosting this event. It's going to be phenomenal.
That's funny. That's funny. So you got insurance for this thing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we want to make sure we have all the bases covered because we just want to make sure if there's any kind of an incident that causes the tower to collapse, we have people within perimeters and then also spectators. So we just want to make sure we cover all the bases.
Right. And why does it sound like we ought to have, I don't know, an ambulance standing by all of a sudden? Because I'm thinking in terms of just, what the weight would be of several thousand Lincoln logs falling on you at the same time.
Yeah, fortunately, when they start falling, we tested this. Things scatter, and it's not so much this hulking weight of the tower on top of you. It'll break apart pretty rapidly on descent.
Gotcha.
So that won't be a problem as long as you don't take a block to the eye or something.
No, it's okay. We'll all have hearing and eye protection is going to be mandatory, I'm sure. 6:57. Liz, I appreciate your time. I love talking to you and your brother, and looking forward to hearing more next week about this, and then actually watching the construction unfold. That's going to start when?
Well, we're going to have to bump up the start date to probably Tuesday. So check out our Facebook page, our social media pages, because there's a little bit of an incident with the guidelines and requirements of Guinness. So we finally got some responses from them for clarification. It's not the answers that I wanted. So we're going to have to make some modifications for our timeline, but we're going to be in full swing by Tuesday evening. So check that out.
Who's going to be in charge of the time-lapse video?
Well, we actually have a team at my house tonight. We're going to be looking at equipment. So if the media wants to get involved and work with us in any way, contact me. We definitely want the extra help with photos, videos. We're going to be seeking somebody with a drone license that can fly a drone in there toward the end of the week.
Charlie Hermosa. Charlie Hermosa at American President Lines. If you don't know how to get a hold of him, then DM me, and I'll pass along his number.
Yeah, we're still looking for volunteers, so check us out. We're going to probably have a booth on site for welcome volunteers. We're going to need that flexibility because we will want to beef up our volunteer ranks, especially later in the week as things get a little bit taller and more interesting.
This sounds more complicated. This is starting to sound more complicated than Valiant Shield here, buddy.
Let me just say we need an incident command structure in place.
Incident command. Hey, Liz, I'm going to let you run. You have a fantastic weekend before you get all busy next week. And if you need any help, just give me a ring, and we'll get on the radio and tell everybody what you need and how they can help.
Certainly.
All right, buddy.
Thank you very much.
You have a great day. It's 6:59. Oh, my God. It's 7 o'clock already? We haven't done anything. We've been talking about Lincoln logs and edible tape all morning long. We gotta get to the heavy stuff. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez a little bit later on going to be making a big point about the first fam tour from Japan since 2019. As I finally referred to the hospitality industry, this is year 0, day 1. That's what we're up to here is rebuilding. Everybody says, but we used to have 1 million tourists. Well, you used to be. It ain't the same anymore. in a post-pandemic world, and we'll talk about the opportunities, not just in Japan, Korea, Taiwan, etc., and hope the North Koreans don't screw things up. All right, plenty to get to in the next hour of the program. We've got Fox News Live coming up. Monica Silvataran with a look at all the big news and headlines that's going to be taking place. Jerry Roberts is going to be in with the Motivational Friday Extra Points. Don't want you to move any muscle or the radio or whatever. Just stay right there. Here comes Fox News.
They're ready to connect the dots. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The House committee probing the Capitol riot holds its first prime-time hearing tonight, with aides saying they'll begin to lay out how the breach happened after investigating for months. President Biden commenting during a meeting at the Summit of the Americas in L.A. today.
I think it was a clear, flagrant violation of the Constitution. I think these guys and women broke the law, tried to turn around the result of an election.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says the violence at the Capitol was wrong, but that the committee is political and illegitimate.
Let's be honest, it is a smokescreen for Democrats to push their radical agenda.
Including, he says, federalizing elections. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calls the hearings a watershed moment in the fight to protect democracy. A leading Republican candidate for governor in Michigan is arrested by the FBI, accused of taking part in the riot and facing misdemeanor counts. Ryan Kelly released without bail after a brief hearing in federal court. Sheriff's officials confirming multiple victims after a shooting at a Maryland business in Smithsburg near the Pennsylvania border. They also say the suspect is no longer a threat to the community, but they haven't said who that is or confirmed any number of deaths or injuries or a motive. A Grand Rapids police officer now charged with second-degree murder for the traffic stop death of a man in April. Patrick LaLoya had tried to flee and grabbed Officer Christopher Scher's taser, but was on the ground when he was shot in the back of the head.
I'm not thinking that Kent County officers or even any police officers in general thought they had a license to go out and do something like this.
Kent County, Michigan prosecutor Chris Becker says the charging decision is based only on the facts of this case and that he doesn't believe this death was justified. The lawyer's family has called it an execution. America is listening to Fox News.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension Systems, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment. JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Members of a group at the center of the Capitol riot probe enter a plea to new federal charges.
Enrique Tarrio and other men described by the Justice Department as leaders of the Proud Boys pleaded not guilty to several counts connected to the January 6th Capitol riot. The most serious charge is seditious conspiracy. Federal prosecutors say Tarrio and 4 other members of the group were involved in a coordinated attempt to prevent Congress from certifying the 2020 election. More than 800 people have been arrested since the riot.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. 2 more arrests made in connection with Saturday night's deadly shooting in Philadelphia that started with a 2-person argument. But it now appears the killings were not targeted.
Philadelphia police credit U.S. Marshals with arresting Kadir Dukes Hill and Najee Whittington without incident in Virginia. Deputy Police Commissioner Ben Nash says they believe the 2 men were in the area and heard shots fired.
They pull out their guns. I don't know what they could be thinking, but they fired and they hit 2 innocent people.
It's believed they had nothing to do with the initial incident. City DA Larry Krasner says Whittington turned 18 after last Saturday, but such cases all start in adult court.
At that point, decisions are made about whether the case should remain in adult court.
Both suspects are being extradited to Philadelphia on murder charges. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
3 people died in the South Street incident and several others were injured. 2 earlier arrests were not in connection with the deaths. A late sell-off on Wall Street blamed on worry about the economy.
To be sure, investors are cautious ahead of tomorrow's government inflation report. Analysts see consumer inflation holding near 40-year highs of 8.3%. Meanwhile, weekly jobless claims were higher at 229,000.
Fox Business's Jerry Willis. The Dow dropped 638 points. The NASDAQ down more than 300. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Off a day at 7:06, I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. A 55-year-old teacher from Guahan Academy faces criminal sexual conduct charges following allegations that surfaced regarding sexual assault against a student at the Guahan Academy. Daryl Francis Lujan, as reported in the Guam Daily Post this morning, was arrested on suspicion of sexual assault, child abuse, and electronic exploitation of a child who was 14 at the time. After the alleged assault, Lujan maintained contact with the victim and is also alleged to have enticed her to send him explicit digital images. GPD's domestic assault response team, which began the investigation in March, also learned that there was an open case against Lujan from 2019 with similar allegations that were reported by a parent from another student. DART detectives executed a search warrant Thursday at Lujan's residence. He was booked and confined at the Department of Corrections. Meanwhile, it seems there's been a string of criminal cases that have been reported on involving Navy sailors. Several recent child abuse cases, one more recent involving the alleged murder of a one-year-old baby, and several drunk driving cases involving injuries. It was just last month a sailor crashed into several vehicles in Tumon, and this past week another DUI sent a man to the hospital with serious injuries. The Guam Daily Post updates that story this morning. Joe Gamboa remains in intensive care after his car was struck by a drunk driver on Sunday morning. Gamboa was headed to the Guam Memorial Hospital early Sunday to be with his father when a pickup slammed into his vehicle in Tamuning. The driver of the pickup truck, who investigators have said is a Navy sailor, sped through the intersection on Fahrenholt. In a statement, Joint Region Mariana stated that the Navy is aware of the incident and is fully cooperating with the Guam Police Department's investigators as they conduct their investigation. The unidentified sailor was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. So far, GPD has not made an arrest in that case. We'll have more news right after this.
Start your day with BK's new Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our Cheesy Breakfast Melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, layered with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash browns and a brewed coffee or OJ. Get your hands on the new Cheesy Breakfast Melts, now available during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every day for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, and the airport. BK, your way.
The Guam Visitors Bureau will be hosting its first trade familiarization tour from Japan since 2019, pre-pandemic. In a press release from GVB, they announced it would host a tour from June 13th through the 16th and will bring approximately 50 travel agents, media, and other travel trade partners to the island in support of GVB's market recovery efforts. The FAM tour is being done in cooperation with United Airlines and Japan Guam Travel Association as part of the GoGo Guam campaign, which also celebrates its 55th anniversary of the first direct commercial flight from Japan on Guam back in May 1st of 1967. While on island, the travel trade representatives will be experiencing Guam's current product offerings, attractions, and optional tours and other activities. There's a big Guam trade show that will be held on June 14th at the Hyatt Regency Guam. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
You know, we've had so much fun with the edible tape concept. Somebody is now recommending a new way to make s'mores. Are you a fan of s'mores, Real Joe?
I am.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
All right, so most of the time you make a s'more, you get the graham cracker and the Hershey thing, and then you squeeze the melty marshmallow in between all of that.
Roast that marshmallow, man.
Okay, so they say the problem here is that it's hard to get the Hershey warmed up to the right consistency. So you've got the harder, kind of the hard candy feel, the marshmallow and the graham cracker. So what they're saying now is if you want to level the playing field among the different textures, graham cracker is the graham cracker. That's the crunch part, right? So you take that and you put the melty marshmallow on top of that, and instead of using like Hershey's syrup, go and get that. What's that frosting? Like chocolate cake frosting, and put that on top, and then you get the appropriate level of mushy and chocolate and marshmallow. I mean, that's what you're going for, is the chocolate and marshmallow flavor, right? So does it matter that it's not a Hershey bar?
I add peanut buttery.
Somebody's calling in. Wow. Somebody's calling in to complain. No, you can't do that. You're messing with my traditions. No, my camping
you just
stories.
Need one of those flame things that you have.
Oh, the little flame.
Sorry, that's Army Lynn.
Used mine yesterday. All right, so Army Lynn's going to be on in a second. Tell you how you can get some mileage with the Gold Star families. It's 7:11 in the morning, and here's the weather. Isolated showers today. That means that it did rain overnight, and probably not going to rain again today. Mostly sunny skies in the forecast. Highs near 88 degrees. East winds 9 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 18. Mostly cloudy in the forecast tomorrow. Overnight lows, it should be about 77 degrees, and that's what we're going to be looking at. Mostly sunny, but partly sunny skies in the forecast for Saturday. Is it grill marks? Yeah, I think we could get some grill marks, safe to say. Grill marks on Sunday as well, partly sunny, highs near 88 degrees. Hydrate. Heat index is going to be 94 all weekend long, 20% chance of rain. Sunrise was at 5:53. We'll watch the sunset tonight, all of us together, holding hands or other body parts at 6:47. Hashtag tell the others. Now, doesn't that sound fun? It does. It does.
Sounds perfect.
Get out there. Go enjoy. Go find. And like I said, new spot to enjoy sunset is that Hermit Krabby place. Just FYI. Give that a shot. Why don't you? 7:12. Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Can do. 7:13, Ray Gibson Show. And portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at American President Lines, global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Subway. The Eat Fresh Refresh currently underway, and they're taking a look at all of the menus, saying, you know what? Let's make some tasty changes around here. So we're not just going to do roast beef anymore. We're going to do choice Angus roast beef. Have it on its own. Get that with the Black Forest ham and the turkey, and get one of those clubs, and just figure out how we're going to make this an even tastier temptation for you over at Subway. Choice Angus roast beef, multi-grain bread, all the fixings just the way you like it. Have some of that at Subway. Eat fresh.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Crazy busy weekend here, 7:14. You've seen on the meme machine, the screen, I put up a deal that's, that we were talking about a little bit earlier. That's Michelle and a bunch of friends are getting together at Telefofo over at the Bay.
Oh, at Fefu.
Yeah, Fefu.
God's country.
That's God's country, my God. But you're going to go down there, and they're going to have kind of a pop-up, mall thing. So there's going to be arts and crafts and all kinds of stuff, very environmental, very sustainable, and it's going to be, it's all hot chicks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Real people.
That's what I'm saying. Stop by the ATM on the way down, guys, because you're going to need some folding money. I would go with a couple of digits. I'd no less than 3 digits worth of folding money, because you're going to find a whole bunch of stuff that you will like. You will also see, among other things, and we talked about this from time to time, I actually commissioned her to do a painting for my house.
Of you, Ray?
No.
Oh.
No, just,
she
asked me about stuff that I really like. Paint me like your French girls. Michelle, paint me like your French girls. And it's going to be on display before it eventually gets hung up over at the house. So you get a chance to go and see that.
Is that the naked butt picture that you have hanging in your kitchen?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Cigar in your mouth?
He has a lady's butt in his kitchen.
It's not the whole butt. It's not. You can't see the whole butt. It's
Does
just
he have the lamp with the leg?
There's a line.
The plumber crack.
You can see the butt crack, but you don't actually see the whole butt, because otherwise it would be obscene. Instead of being art, as we say, 7:15 in the morning. We got the Fiesta of Races. Henry's going to be on with us a little bit later on, and the volleyball tournament, and so much more. Big weekend, and another way we found for us to raise some attention and awareness and funds for the Gold Star Project here. Army Lynn's on the line. Good morning, Army. How you doing?
Great, Ray. Good morning to you and the Point Camellia. How are you?
We're absolutely fantastic, and I'm looking forward to the day we can unwrap all of the construction that's going on at the Gold Star deal. Hoping that everything is going well. I'm learning more about Woody's trip to Guam and some of the people that are helping subsidize his round of fun. On first time he was here, we're fighting a war, but now he's coming out here around Liberation to be there for the unveiling of the Gold Star Memorial there. But there's a whole lot of people have pressed their attention and their intentions and their dough to this big trip, huh?
Absolutely, and everyone has stepped up, especially our business community, which is so wonderful.
Glad to hear that. So you've got another one. Somebody's donating a whole bunch of United mileage to the cause.
Yes, actually, thanks to Team GTA, thanks to Ron Certeza, so Michelle Cali Perez, they had given us 80,000 award miles to raffle off as part of our fundraising efforts to finish the monument, basically. And so we're doing that currently. I think you have it in our Facebook page. I think I sent you a copy of it.
Yeah.
So it's such a wonderful opportunity. We're actually raffling it out. It's $100 per slot because it is a wonderful, gift, basically. And where can you go for 80,000 miles for $100? I mean, go to the United States, right? So basically, it's going to get you a round-trip ticket to the U.S., and it's going to be a great thing. So.
Wait. That's a round-trip airplane ride?
Pretty much. I mean, 80,000 miles can get you a round-trip ticket to the U.S., and it's good for one individual, and it'll be arranged by GTA.
Mm-hmm.
Once the winner is selected, they're going to be contacting GTA to make all those arrangements.
Oh, I like that. So how do people buy the tickets? How do they get that $100? Where do I put the thing for my $100?
Yes, well, you can go ahead and PayPal. You can put under me, which I have interest in the account, which is rmelyn.lujan@yahoo.com, or they can go directly to the website, which is woodywilliams.org, and they can go ahead and go and search for Guam Monuments, and they'll get it there, and they can donate the $100 and just indicate their ticket raffle or 80,000 mile raffle ticket, and I'll get it from there, and I should get that information. And they can send a copy of the receipt over to our Facebook page, the Guam Gold Star Families Memorial Monument. And once I get that, their name will be included in the post that I have currently up. And that way it confirms that I did get their receipt and I did get their payment. So right now we actually have 2 individuals who have purchased already yesterday. That's, thanks to Ms. Esther Rios as well as Vivian Cunningham, we knew personally. They've already started. So it's going to go quickly only because we're only limiting it to about 30. Hopefully we might get more, but, 30 chances of getting 80,000 miles for $100. You can't go wrong from there. And
No, you absolutely can, and
yeah,
you're gonna help out a substantial cause that we've got around here for families.
Yes, and and the thing is this monument is so important to this island, especially like you said, Woody Williams himself is a Guam liberator, and for him to come out here, 98 years old, it's such an exciting event that's going to happen, and I hope that you will be our MC for that day. I think you will be great, especially because you've supported us over the course of the entire project, and we truly would be appreciated.
Wait, that's Liberation?
Liberation Day, yes.
Okay, just as soon as it depends what time it starts, because I'm hoping that by Liberation I will be in decent enough shape to run the Liberation Mile in a decent time.
You can come there right after the mile, because I think the mile starts at 6 a.m., right?
7:21.
Yes, you should just come over after.
Okay. We'll work things out. I'll be sweaty and stinky, and you'll have beer, right?
We're used to you smelling that way anyway, Ray, so it's all good.
7:19.
And I'll have a beer ready for you, a cold beer ready for you.
You'll have more than one. Trust me. It's 7:20 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Army Lynn is online, and I'm sure that you're also on the Facebook side. So if you missed any of the details on how you can get involved, right click on her name, and she'll be happy to get everything back to you in that one. Did you do the drawing already for the grill?
As a matter of fact, no, I will be doing that. If not Sunday, probably most likely be Monday, and I will have it live in the same manner as they did the other raffles, where it's like the spin wheel thing, and then I'll have the name and I'll post it up, and I'll definitely put it out there who won. And then we did promise, like I'll buy a case of beer. Hopefully it's not expensive beer, but hey, whatever. I think it's we raised a lot of money just for that grill alone, and that was actually donated by Ron and Angeline Delson as part of their contribution to help fundraise for the monument. It's exciting.
It's a whole other family. It's a whole other family. Army, I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day and an incredible stinky weekend. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right on. 888-8255 is my phone number. 7:20 in the morning. And a couple of things before we get to take a look at what's happening in the markets. I got an invitation from the Guam Chamber of Commerce here. They're conducting a small business seminar, 31 tips for successful employee management. It's going to be taking place, when is this? Thursday, June 30th from 8:30 to 11 at the Emerald Ballroom at the Lotte Hotel. We'll go over some of this and the details a little bit later on. In the meantime, let's take a look at what happened on the market. Don't look today. This is going to be like sports scores, except they're all going to be bad here. I've got the S&P 500 that's off by 97 points. All the American markets are down. 4,017. NASDAQ at 11,754. They lost 332 points, making them the biggest loser by way of percentages today. Dow Jones Industrial Average bled 638 points this morning. They're closed at 32,272. Just crazy swings on the markets over the last couple of days. And like I said, there's contagion. American markets are down. A lot of the Asian and international markets are down. FTSE is off by 116. The Nikkei is the only one of the Asian markets that's up, but only up by a dozen points. Hang Seng Index dropping 145 points to close at 21,860. I got the VIX up by 2 and the DAX down by 247. Big winners on the NASDAQ. Well, there were a couple of four of the NASDAQ components actually posted some kind of gains. That's NXP Semiconductors, Fortinet, Costco Wholesale, and Starbucks Corporation. Everybody else is upside down on this. You take a look at some of the other items in the markets. The commodities, gold at $1,850. They're off by about $5. Oil trading at $121.40 for a barrel. That is off by about 70 cents from where we were talking about it yesterday. So 121.4. Bad news on Tapas. Tapas has peaked over 132.38. $132.38 for a barrel. It is now higher than 130, unfortunately, and dangerously close to its peak, lifetime peak on Tapas at $133.79. That was set. That record set in March of this year, March 9th.
What time do you get off the air?
10 o'clock this morning. I wonder if
they will be changed.
Got that feeling. I was looking at the tank here. I've got about a quarter tank. Is that right? Yeah, about a quarter tank left. And I just put gas in the car. I just put gas in there. I got $75 worth, took it to about 3/4 of a tank, and it's one of those things. I'm trying to drive without the air conditioning. I've gotten rid of as much of the junk as I can in the car. I'm checking the tire pressure to make sure that it is factory spec, and still even trying to make the ride more efficient is still going through gas like you wouldn't believe. Or maybe it just feels like it's going through the gas like you wouldn't believe faster.
Did you check
because
your air filter?
Air filter? Which part is that? Is that near the steering wheel?
No.
Is it air conditioner, air filter?
You have to lift the hood, right?
I got a guy for that. I've got my mechanic.
No, you don't need a guy for that.
It's a whole guy.
No,
and they're gonna do.
You lift the hood and you pull the thing off, and you look at the air filter, and then you clean it if you need to. Because
I have a guy too.
Yeah, there's icky, greasy stuff underneath there.
Yeah. Wait a second.
Honestly, no.
Is this the wrong kind of time of the program
we
for me to
need a
come
real
in?
man to do that for us.
So earlier,
after 9 is the danger spot here.
So here's the thing. When I was younger, and you remember back in the olden days, I used to have it was a Datsun truck that you remember I used to drive when I was doing overnights, weekend overnights and stuff over at K. Just barely got started. It was a cast off from my Uncle Jim over at Mariana Sales. He said, "Here, kid, you can drive this thing around." And the thing about a Datsun pickup truck in 1979 was you could open the hood and identify everything in there. But if you are living in 2022, you open the hood of a car these days, and that's a whole other planet.
Yeah, Elon Musk.
YouTube, I've heard of it.
YouTube. You go to YouTube, and you put in there your make of car. And air filter.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you someone's done this before, and they have recorded it.
So can I tell you? The horrible warning?
Here we go.
Yeah, I was experiencing an air conditioner issue in the car, and I did exactly that. I went to the YouTube and I said, "What kind of? How do I charge this? What's the DIY charge my air conditioner in the car thing?" And it showed me how to do it, and it showed me the thing to buy and how you're going to unscrew this and put that in, and then you press the button on the charger, and bam, all of a sudden, icicles will form on the inside of the car.
And it didn't happen?
No, it didn't happen. As it turns out, the product that they were pushing wasn't good for the air conditioner in the truck, and it destroyed something expensive as a result.
You just drive to Planet Auto up in Denver.
I know. Well, next
It'll
time.
cost you $65.
Maybe
and
not.
30 minutes.
Maybe not. There's and this is something that's happening. A lot of car dealerships on Guam. I might not be the only one that is suffering with the air conditioning issue. There's a gizmo that they use. I don't know, to detect what the problem is, or to refill it, or recharge it, or whatever. And virtually every car dealership on Guam has one of those pieces of equipment, and they're all broken, and they're all waiting for the supply chain to open up to send them the one or two parts that they need to get that fixed.
It's the same guy that makes the ice cream machines over at the fast food.
Just tell them to put helium in there instead.
Well, like I said, you run the risk of destroying the air conditioning system.
Now, I got a note from YouTube and Google. It said that did you read the terms and conditions? Does not apply to auto air conditioners.
Oops. Well, one of these days, Jerry Roberts is in the studio. Must be time for the Extra Point. As usual, we're talking about Fridays, and the Friday Extra Point has to be good enough to carry and motivate people all the way through the weekend till Monday. Jerry Roberts.
It's going to have some effect on people. I'm not sure it's going to be motivational today, but we'll see.
The Extra Point is brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Today, what a bunch of famous folks have said about setting and achieving goals, and that's next on the Extra Point.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United Miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United Credit Card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
The topic is goals. We've got some great views on setting them and then getting them. Number 1, if you want to be successful, set a goal that's out of your reach. Jack Welch, CEO of General Electric. Number 2, unknown. Don't know who said this, but don't wait for the perfect moment. The perfect moment will never come. If you're waiting for it, it will never arrive. Just go for it. Number 3, author and leadership guru Simon Sinek said this: successful people set goals. They don't just see what they want. They imagine what they won't be able to do 5 years from now, and then they take the steps to get there. That's pretty good. You may want to think about that. Number 4, Professor Albert Einstein said, if we were only to set our goal as making progress in the conventional sense, then we would never accomplish anything. One of the greatest minds in history just gave you the license to be unconventional. Use it. Number 5, without a goal, life is just a series of random acts. Arthur Ashe, tennis champion and activist. Artist Michelangelo Buonarroti, that was his given name. Goals are what give you or give your life meaning. You don't have time for goals? Can't be bothered with goals? You wish you could talk to the artist who spent 4 years standing on scaffolding, reaching up and straining while painting the Sistine Chapel because he had a goal? Number 7, author J.K. Rowling. Some people set their goals too high. Some people don't set them high enough, and some people don't set any. We'll finish today with one more from J.K. that kind of blows the doors off indecision when it comes to goals. Number 8, you can never cross the ocean until you have the courage to lose sight of the shore. Business icon John D. Rockefeller. Writer and podcaster Cheryl Strayed said, you're never too old to set a new goal or to dream a new dream. You a senior citizen type person? Thinking you still have something in the tank? Get out there. Make it happen. Number 10, if you make the decision to not quit, you will find that you can do anything. Olympic gold medalist Gail Devers. Actress Audrey Hepburn said this about 50, 60 years ago: nothing in the world is impossible. The word itself says, I'm possible. Number 12, it's not easy, but it's what you make of it. The only difference between the person who succeeds and the person who fails is that the person who fails doesn't quit. Basketball legend Michael Jordan. Investor Warren Buffett, the investor that we wish we all could be, said if you set your goals high enough, you will never be disappointed. A fellow named Casey Kasem once said, keep reaching for the stars. The idea, if you reach for the stars and you fall short, maybe you land on the moon. That's still a pretty good thing to do, right? And number 14, finally, J.K. Rowling again, who lived her life in a car. She lived in a car at one point because she couldn't afford anything else. And then she introduced the world to a character named Harry Potter. They made movies about that, and she became a certifiable billionaire. And she said this: buckle up. The only thing standing between you and your goals is the BS story you keep telling yourself. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. That's the extra point. Be responsible. Don't tell yourself BS stories. And make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Don't tell yourself BS stories. That's my job. Thanks, JR. Appreciate that. I love Quotes Fridays. It's 7:31 in the morning and about time for news and headlines with Montesilva Tyron, being brought to you by our friends over at Burger King, celebrating the month of June with all the graduates with the I Love Love, the Whopper Wednesday, and Auntie Lolita Kemet, and Elizabeth Antibed is watching the program here this morning. But Loli works over at Half a Day Realty these days, making people's dreams come true over there. You want details, find Auntie Lolita at Half a Day Realty and get all of that done. It's 7:33 now and time for news and headlines. Havamana, what happened?
Well, no arrests have been made just yet in the investigation into a weekend accident that sent one man to the hospital. The man remains in critical condition in intensive care after he was struck by a drunk driver. Investigators have said that the driver of the other vehicle was a Navy sailor. He was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Meanwhile, Joe Gambua, who was injured in that crash, remains in intensive care. A family still standing by and also seeking donations through fundraising events. Meanwhile, the Department of Education will be out doing an outreach in within the villages, going door to door, looking to spread the word on their Head Start program and share information with interested families. Employees will be wearing credentials. If you see them, they'll be sharing the details about the program, which is geared toward pre-kindergarten children. And the Guam Visitors Bureau, for the first time in at least 2 years, will be hosting a tour, a fam tour from visitors from Japan. It'll be from June 13th through the 16th. It will bring approximately 50 travel agents, media, and other travel trade partners to the island in support of GVB's market recovery efforts. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
So clean up the house. They might be in the village. They might be over at your place.
Yeah.
And I want to echo the sentiments of Bob Klitsky yesterday, who said all of the villages of Guam need to start looking like Telefofo. Every place, Telefofo in Rahan area. Have you driven down there lately?
Yeah.
Place looks absolutely terrific, and that's the kind of thing that we want all of our guests and all of our residents to be able to see.
My beautiful village of Barragata is always spick and span.
Yeah, over at your place. Yeah, they throw out all the drug guys. Finally.
No, I don't know.
Oh, they're in that. I know where they are. Never mind. Just just turn off the GPS in that area so that they won't be able to find their way there. 7:35 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. That's Mana. I'm Ray. Jerry Roberts wishing you a fantastic weekend, and we've got traffic and plenty more on the way.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Hafaday, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
All right, is it time to take a look at traffic? Let me see what's happening on Guam's roadway here this morning. Right now, traffic, we'll put it up on the screen so that you can see it as well. Things getting busy up in the north end of town. No, not really. But it has not really changed all that significantly since the last hour that I looked at this. Just a little bit of traffic at the intersection of 1 and 3, and most of it's on Marine Corps Drive. A little bit of traffic in front of the Micronesia Mall. And it actually looks like it's slow. Once you passed Route 16, it looks like that's where the slowdown is. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot at the intersection of 1 and 16 by the mall. So just expect it as you make your way southbound. Might see a little bit more of that as you get through Tamuning and around the ITC building area. Nothing major happening at 8, 10, and 16. 10 and 15 running fairly clear right now. There is some traffic on Route 4, Ordot Pago, just before you get into the Sinahanya area. Expect some delays through there. And a little bit of traffic over at Big Navy and Sumai. You know what it looks like? It looks like everybody has slept in today. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's Friday, Ray.
Are we the only ones working?
Valiant nap. Operation Valiant Nap.
It's 7:36. I'll be right back.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with dad.
Got to check on who's hanging out here. 737 Facebook Live guys going crazy. YouTube Live guys. And kind of an international flavor crowd here. Kitsutsu in Japan online saying, Hafa. And saying that the yen exchange rate 132.4 to the U.S. dollar today. And a note, he says, Japan is open. Check in with Japan Airlines on what is required. You know, every time I think about Japan Airlines, I think about the planes that fly around every once in a while that pretend to land, and then they throttle up just before they do that touch and go thing, and then all the people that freak out and go, oh my God, the plane must be in distress. It's been flying around with the wheels down and it's just going round and round. There must be some kind of emergency. No, it's training. They're just doing training. Who's your big daddy? 06 is in. Lynn checking in. Gemma Bustamante on this side. Takashi Matsumoto. Good morning, everybody. Have a safe and wonderful weekend. Well, we will. We're getting news that other Japanese are going to be coming out to Guam for a fam tour. Let me see. Lupang is online, so is Elvis Kanata. Let me see if I'm looking at where's the James Howard? I don't see James, the moderator,
slacking lately,
online.
Man.
Now there's a Lynn. I'm not sure which Lynn this is, but earlier today I showed a picture of sunrise on Guam that was taken by Lynn McAfee, who is not a resident of Guam. So I thought, well, are you home, baby? Are you back? And the answer is yes. So people of Guam that remember Lynn, the photographer, used to come out and take pictures at all the protest events and hanging out with us over at Pirates Cove. She's back in town. And so if you know, you know, and she was talking about she wanted to have some burritos and see the cat. See the Bullseye was the name that they gave the cat because she only has the one eye. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. So we'll check in on the Facebook side a little bit later on. I thought, well, I got a couple of minutes between now and the next phone call. We'd take care of celebrity birthdays, etc. It is Elizabeth Hurley's birthday today. Elizabeth Hurley is 57 years old. You might remember her from Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me.
Yeah.
All right, that one is celebrating 57 years. Now, she hasn't been in a whole lot of movies or anything like that lately.
Been quiet, man.
Well, not necessarily. Not in maybe quiet for the entertainment industry, but she has gone on to become a designer of bikinis.
Oh, yes.
Would you like to see the quality of the design, Liz Hurley's bikinis? No, not a problem. I'm always happy to get some of these images up on the screen, and it looks like they're appropriately designed for women with appropriate bikini body types here. I don't see any mankinis, unfortunately, or anything.
Mana's over there yawning. Oh, look at the time.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. How about that? We already did the news. It's okay. So, anyway, happy 57th birthday to Elizabeth Hurley. Over the weekend, Adrienne Barbeau, we remember her as the hottie from Maude back in the 70s. Well, she's in her 70s now. She's 77 years old. NFL legend Joe Montana turned 66. One of my favorite actors. Most people only know this guy because he was in House and did an outstanding job as Dr. House.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Hugh Laurie is his name, and I would encourage you if you really were taken by his acting ability, go back in time, see if you can dig out a series from Britain with it's got Rowan Atkinson.
Oh,
in it.
He's from the UK, right?
He's from the United Kingdom. So dig out a series called Blackadder. Blackadder. And I can't. If you're a guy, you'll love it. You'll fall down laughing, crying, and all of that stuff. The women in your life will leave you. They'll just go, oh my God, he's watching Blackadder again. I'm going to Ross. I may never come back. There are 3 different series, 3 different versions of the Blackadder, and his best buddy is Hugh Laurie, who plays one of the characters in that. Great actor. Another great actor from Game of Thrones. Dennis Benzer's ears went up like a dog.
Oh, yeah.
What? Game of Thrones.
The short guy?
Peter Dinklage
is the short guy?
Is 53 years old. Short guy.
That's how I know him.
The short. You're not afraid to say midget, are you?
No. Oh, hello.
Because apparently you're not supposed to say it. Apparently that is one of the words.
I believe he's a dwarf.
The woke crowd says we're not allowed to use that. I think you're right. I think it's a little person is we're supposed to use that because Hobbit.
Yeah.
That's another way to describe the guy. Shia LaBeouf, 36 years old. Do you remember he went crazy?
Yeah.
After
he's grown into a fine young man.
Oh my God! But he had that camera thing, and just a bunch of people, just muttering Trumpisms or something like that. Actually, did kind of go crazy. And the only other name over the weekend that I recognize is model Adriana Lima. I don't actually recognize it; it has the word "model" in front of it. So I thought maybe a little bit later on I'd take a stroll through Google and find out what model Adriana Lima looks like, and is it worth getting all drooly about. Ballpoint pen day today. It's iced tea day, marriage day, corn on the cob day tomorrow. How about that? Corn on the cob. And we've all got a fascination and a love for Mr. Woods, old man Mr. Woodstick, corn on the cob that he sells by the Guard Center occasionally. And I think more so
Sweet
lately.
corn.
Sweet corn, man. Yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Thinking about it, neither. Maybe he's just in between harvests or something like that. But it's one of those things where we need two of him on either side of the street, and he needs to. Yeah. Does he take credit cards yet?
No, he doesn't.
Can we? We need that. We need that
tap and
version.
go?
Yeah, we need Mr. Tap and Go guy. Because it's always like this. When I see Mr. Woostig, if I have money, he's on the wrong side of the street. If I don't have money, then he's on my side. It's just one of the. So it'd be cool if we could just go and then do maybe the people over at Carabao can show him how that stuff works. So yeah, as you're right, so we just go and do the tap and go thing. Corn on the cob day. Chew your corn. There's a meme floating around. Maybe you've seen it. It's a spoonful of corn, and the line is, I'll be seeing you again. It is Magic Day on Sunday, Superman Day on Sunday, and Women Veterans Day on Sunday if you're looking for something to go out and celebrate. 7:45 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. We've already taken care of the traffic. We've done all that stuff, so just kill some time until Henry finds the phone.
Yeah, he's about to call.
All right, groovy. We'll find out a little bit more about what's happening in the world of racing. 3 days we're starting today up at the Gigo race track. On the table of contents, and I honestly haven't had a chance to take a look at it so far yet today. I'm alarmed, and everybody should be. This is another one of these examples of really an old woman got beat up, and the guy's only going to be doing the time for the robbery. Did you see that? Page 1, Guam Daily Post. Gambler admits to the robbery, but is off the hook for beating an elderly woman. We all lost our collective minds on this last year when we found out about this guy, Itasi, who had lost a bunch of money in a gambling joint and decided that he was going to go and beat up the old lady at the barbershop next door nearby, and did. In the plea deal, charges related to the violent attack on a senior citizen were dropped. It goes on to tell the rest of the story about how he beat her up, a 61-year-old woman. Now, Mon and I did giggle about that for just a little bit. They kept referring to as an elderly woman, 61 years old. I'm 60. Does that make me elderly? If somebody
You're
were
not
to
an elderly woman,
bash my head against the ground?
Nick. It's Nick's story, and Nick's a young guy.
Nick's a young guy, yes. Yeah. Anybody over 50 is
anybody over 40 is elderly.
Ancient. Anyway, it's a terrible, terrible story. He shut the door, locked it, fled on a bicycle after smacking this poor old elderly woman around. The woman struggled to regain consciousness after she was beaten. She told police that she was familiar with the suspect and, in fact, had even cut his hair. But it's just annoying that why did there need to be a plea deal on that? What did the taxpayers?
It's easier to do, Ray.
Must be. It's
easier.
So yes, on the robbery, and we'll hear about the sentencing sometime in October. But the charge of beating the elderly woman, I mean, I want to say he even admitted it to the cops. It's just another one of those things where you go, wow, could we be any softer on the criminals around here? Quarter away from 8 o'clock in the morning. 888-825-888-TALK, my very close friend and personal friend, Henry Simpson on the line. And normally we'd be talking about smoking wheels, but it's not. It's kind of, sort of, yeah, but we've got a whole nother name behind what's going to take place starting today up at the Calvo Memorial Raceway Park up in Gigo Town. Good morning. Morning, Henry.
Good morning, Ray. How are you doing?
You know what? I'm absolutely terrific. I'm looking at my calendar over the weekend, and I realized that I'm not going to be as busy as you guys, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, and absolutely, 61 is not elderly.
There we go. Some of the parts might need a little bit more attention, but for the most parts, we're still go-getters. At any rate, so what's going on this weekend? We got Mark Cruz called up earlier in the week and wanted to take us out for a ride on, what is it, your new Raptor or something like that?
I've got it's a Polaris. It's a turbocharged 1,000cc side-by-side. And most of the side by sides that you see around and the guys use are around 80 horsepower or so.
Uh-huh.
This is 180 horsepower with the same weight, so it can really, we can get it up close to 100 miles an hour there on the track. It's not your typical side by side.
You're just playing with too many dangerous toys. You know that, don't you?
Well,
yeah, and all weekend long there's going to be more of that kind of thing. I think I got a video that Mark sent to me of this thing going up and down and taking some hills and catching some air at the Raceway Park. Sure enough, there it goes flying over the hill, and I'm going, boy, that would have left my coconuts 20 feet behind me.
No, I think you know what? If you get a chance, come up today afterwards, and we'll take you around. Actually, I'll let you drive.
No, thank you. Mana expressed an interest in doing something like that. She's going to get off the air around 8:30, so maybe we'll send her up in your direction. Is a helmet required for that? Because that sure does look like somebody like me might screw it up and take a turn off the trail and spill and crack things open.
No, yes, a helmet's required. All the safety gear is required, and so we've got all of that. And if we do let you get, if somebody wants to go out, we take them around real slow at first so you get a feel for it, and then let them kind of step up to their own speed.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Jeff from Pirates Cove's got one of those little mules that he runs around in the backyard, and he took me for a ride once, and I swore it was like riding with my teenage daughter. Just all gas, no brakes. Come on, what the heck? But it's going to be that kind of weekend, isn't it, up there?
It is. Is that we've got drag racing on tonight, and then there is the motocross tomorrow, and let's see what we've got races. I'm sorry, not drag racing tonight.
No,
I'm looking at the drag racing starts 8 to 11. Right, it is tonight.
It is tonight. Okay, and then as you said, we got motocross all weekend long. More winning for little Johnny.
Yep. And then our open off-road, everything is on Sunday. So, and then there's some mud drags and just a whole bunch of things. If you go to the website, it's got the whole list of everything on there, more than I can.
Well, that's okay. Well, and my buddy Dan from over at Southern Mountain Gear, I guess they've got a trail run that they're going to be doing for people.
Have a trail run.
Yeah. They've added that to the mix as well. So if you want more information on that, call Dan or anybody over at Southern Mountain Gear, and they'll be happy to talk you through the process. Now, tell me about tickets and things like that. Can I buy an all weekend pass? Can I just go and watch the motocross on one day?
Yes, you can do a 1 day. I think it's just $5 per day. You know what? I am turning it over to Jeff and Tom, and so I'm trying to step back from it a little bit. And
I never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, the new guard is coming in to take over, so. I'm gonna have one of those guys give you a call and go over that.
Yeah, that's all right. And always fun talking with you. And just a reminder to the community that there is something else that you can do this weekend. A lot of motorheads out there, and I tell you what, I was up not that long ago. We finished a hike in your backyard. And one of the things that was happening during while we were hiking around, I noticed that there is a whole lot of attention on youth motocross activities because there were families out there and they had trailers. Obviously, there's some big bikes on that, but they got the little tiny motocross guys, and you got little kids 7, 8, 9, 10 years old out there and running around the tracks and having just a great time. So that's grown.
Absolutely love it.
That sport has absolutely grown, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. We've got one group that's about an extended family of about 50 members. They're putting up 3 tents and bringing all the kids and just a whole group out there. And my grandson has just turned 6, and he's been up to practice. I don't have all the permission yet for him to race, but he sure wants to run around the track.
That's so much fun, and it's one of those things where it can really, really turn into something that you want to do. You make it a vocation if you want to. We remember back in the old days when Dennis Canonis, my classmate, was just starting out. We couldn't have been 10 or 11 years old before he got his first dirt bike, and then of course Joey Crisostomo, who has always had a set of wheels under him, starting from when we were just lads. So you see these kids, and you're looking at the future of the sport, and you'll get to see a lot of that this weekend.
Yes, you will. Yeah, we're real proud of Joey. He grew up, made it his his vocation, stayed in the automotive business, and Dennis and all the guys that started at that time. A lot of them have stayed in that business.
Yeah,
we really want to thank APL. Actually, what I didn't say is I've been working on a truck, and it just showed up this morning, and because we were a little bit late shipping it, but APL really went out of their way to make sure it got here on time for the race. So we're unloading it this morning and going to practice with it, and it'll be out there to challenge the track this afternoon and be in the race this weekend.
That's what they do. That's what they're good at. Henry Simpson, I'll talk to you pretty soon. You go have a rest take a morning rest and get ready for all the action starting tonight.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
buddy. You have a great day. You want information, like you said, there's a website that you can go to. He didn't tell me what it was, so I'm going to see if we can get Tommy to call in a little bit later on and just go over some of those quick details. 7:53 in the morning. Somebody was saying, are we going to do magistrate report today? Yes, we're going to do magistrate report. What were we talking about? We're taping up kids' mouths. You remember we were talking about that earlier because of the edible tape and all of that stuff, and then you can't do that anymore. That's child abuse. And I said, everything is child abuse these days, and even certain forms of discipline. The kids are calling in and saying, "I've been child abused here. You got to do something about this." And I don't know how where you're going to land on this particular story, but I looked at it and said, as a parent, I know how this mom must have been feeling here. GPD officers responded to an assault complaint at Agata Johnson Middle School. There, the officers met with the school health counselor, who stated that a female student, looks like about 15-year-old T.S. All right, okay, whose ears went up when he said 15-year-old? You have some of those around in the family, or a couple of parents that have got kids that can be problems at that age. At any rate, so T.S. came into her office with the school social worker and disclosed to the nurse that her mother, Trudy, had hit her that morning while at home after an argument. She told Nurse Diaz that the defendant slapped her face and was also punching and slapping and kicking her in the ribs and face. Nurse Diaz indicated that she did see redness on her cheeks and a small red line on the rib cage. T.S. told the cops that her mother slapped her and then punched and kicked her and T.S.'s grandmother walked in, separated the two of them. The defendant then threatened to beat T.S. up when she got home from school.
Really?
Yeah. Grandma said, "No, you're not going to do that." And the defendant said, "Oh, yes, I will." The defendant then slapped T.S. one last time on the face just before he's just that one last parting
That
shot.
sounds like they're friends and not mother and daughter.
Is this what I wonder if that would categorize?
Grandma raised that little girl.
Yeah, you get that feeling, right? You get okay. Maybe this is one of those normal arguments like that guy was talking about on the magistrate report the other day. T.S.'s grandmother told the police that before she took her to school, she did observe the defendant slap T.S. one more time. When they interviewed the mom, and again, I don't know where you're going to be on this one. When they interviewed the mom, she stated, "Yeah, we got into an argument. Yeah, I smacked her. She was being disrespectful towards me and mouthing off." So she took one across the face.
Oh wow!
And the ribs apparently, and that's going to be the he said she said. But does that count as when your kid is mouthing off? And what is with certain get into a certain teenage level, and you're right. Oh, we're friends. You're not my mother. You're my pal. Yeah, it's like that, and they take certain liberties.
And when you do it right, like our mom did. All you had to do is give the look.
That should be sufficient.
Or the snap. You can hear the snap from the finger snap from down the hallway, and you just kind of fall in line.
Yep, because
We
you know
never
that there's going to be
actually
trouble.
had to get hit, you just knew.
Yeah. Condition
For
orange.
real.
So, slapping the girl across the face for mouthing off and being disrespectful to the mom. I'm thinking, there's probably not one of us when we were 15 took liberties at one point and either got or deserved to get a smack on the face. Real Joe going, oh, yeah. So did the discipline, in your mind, kids, did the discipline go too far or is it, did the kid have it coming for mouthing off and being disrespectful? 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. I will quickly check what the sentiment is on the Facebook Live and see what guys got to say about that kind of thing. Okay, nobody checking in just yet on that particular topic, but there are that are looking at things in a whole different way. There's another magistrate report. I don't have time to read it now. Oh, wait. Maybe I do, because it's only a couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. Oh, by the way, it reminds me, speaking of magistrates and reports and things, Tom Fisher, Attorney Tom Fisher, candidate Tom Fisher, will be in the studio this morning at just after 9 o'clock. We'll spend some time talking about his background, why he wants to be a senator, and some of the cases that you might be familiar with on the guy, up to and including, hey, Tom, have you heard from Ray Tenorio lately? It was Tom that was running the defense game for Ray Tenorio back in the day. At any rate, so this caught my eye because it's a story about a thug out there that was busted while driving a Lexus. Is that what's going on here? Or, yeah, did you read that story? Are we getting to a point where the thugs are getting so good at what they do they can afford a high-styling ride? Well, it was a 97 ES3000. No registration sticker, pulled over up in Datadoo. The operator of the vehicle, Jesse Tudela, was determined to have no driver's license, like I said, no registration sticker on the vehicle, and then they called up the plates. It didn't match the car that he was driving. Rolling probable cause. And while they were talking to him, the defendant continuously squeezed and rubbed the left pocket of his shorts during the stop. Excuse me, son, could you step out of the vehicle for a second? They did a pat down on him and found 2 clear resealable baggies containing crystalline substance suspected to be methamphetamine. The defendant first reported that the dope was planted on him.
Yeah, planted. Let him go right away.
Oh, okay. All
Release
right.
that, man.
Sorry, son. Can we follow you to the Department of Motor Vehicles so we can get your registration? No, that didn't happen. Based on the foregoing, they charged him with possession of a Schedule II and a vehicle without identification. Man, it must be fun being high on ice. You just think everybody is as stupid as you are. It's 8. Here's Fox News.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot set to present its findings in a series of hearings that begin tonight. But House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is accusing the committee of being partisan.
Let's be honest, it is a smokescreen for Democrats to push their radical agenda.
The president talked about the hearings while at the Summit of the Americas earlier.
President Biden says much of the country's attention will be on tonight's January 6th committee hearing.
There's a lot of questions, who's responsible, who's involved. I'm not going to make a judgment on that, but I just want you to know that we're going to probably be, a lot of Americans are going to be seeing for the first time some of the detail.
The president calls the Capitol breach a clear, flagrant violation of the Constitution in an attempt to overturn the election. Committee members say video and audio will be played for the first time. Testimony is expected from a Capitol Hill police officer and a documentary filmmaker. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
3 people were killed, 1 person critically wounded, and a state trooper also wounded at a shooting at a business in Smithsburg, Maryland, about 75 miles northwest of Baltimore.
State police responded, pursued the suspect. Suspect fired and shot state trooper in the shoulder, who then returned fire and shot him back.
Governor Larry Hogan, the FBI, ATF, and other federal agencies are on scene. Grand Rapids, Michigan police officer Christopher Schur has been charged with second-degree murder in the death of Patrick Leoya, a black man who was shot in the back of the head during a traffic stop on April 4th. Cell phone video recorded by a bystander shows Leoya on the ground when he was killed. On Wall Street, stocks fell ahead of a highly anticipated report on inflation due tomorrow morning. The Dow lost 638. The Nasdaq off 332. The S&P lost 97. America is listening to Fox News.
$15 might not get get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal. At Chili's, more life and great value happen here.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
The investigation continues into an aircraft crash in California that killed 5 Marines.
An investigation into what caused the crash of the MV-22B Osprey aircraft is ongoing a day after the accident. The Osprey went down just after noon yesterday in the Southern California desert and belonged to the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing based at Camp Pendleton, north of San Diego. In a statement, the Marine Corps said the crash happened during a training exercise. The identities of the Marines who were killed have not been released. The MV-22B is a twin-engine tilt-rotor aircraft that can take off and land like a helicopter but fly as a turboprop aircraft, and versions of it are flown by the Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Authorities in Alabama have charged a 13-year-old boy with criminally negligent homicide after they say he shot a 3-year-old in the head while playing, killing the toddler. The teen said at first the child fell and hit his head, but later admitted to the shooting, saying he didn't know the weapon, an air rifle, was loaded. Twitter makes a concession to Elon Musk to keep his proposed acquisition alive.
Twitter has reportedly agreed to provide Elon Musk with raw data of hundreds of millions of daily tweets, the latest move in a tug-of-war over the sale of the social media platform. Twitter would not confirm the reports, but reiterated its statement from Monday that the company is cooperatively sharing information with Musk. The Tesla CEO entered a binding agreement with Twitter in April to acquire the platform, but Musk claims Twitter is not being forthcoming about the number of spam bots and fake accounts on its service. He recently threatened to walk away from the $44 billion deal unless Twitter turns over that information. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
The Recording Academy has added new categories to the Grammy Awards, including a Social Change Song Award and 5 other new categories, including Songwriter of the Year. The other categories include Best Spoken Word Poetry Album and Alternative Music Performance. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Parents, take advantage of FHP Health Center's Back to School Early Bird Special. Before summer gets too busy, make an appointment now to update your child's immunizations, PPD skin tests, and sports physicals. Call FHP Pediatrics. Most insurance plans accepted, including TRICARE, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. Call for an appointment. 671-646-5825. Press 1. Go to FHPGuam.com for more information. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Hafa, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. The self-confessed gambler who robbed an elderly woman at her barber shop on Thanksgiving morning back in 2019 is off the hook for the brutal beating that left her unconscious but he admitted guilt for the robbery. Frank Patrick Aitasi faces 20 years in prison for the crime. Sentencing's been set for October 6th. From the Guam Daily Post this morning, it says that the 34-year-old, with the assistance of a Samoan interpreter, pleaded guilty before the Superior Court Judge Elise Iriarte to first-degree robbery and theft of property as a second-degree felony. In the plea deal, charges related to the violent attack on the senior citizen were dropped. The victim was violently assaulted that morning at the Bijado barber shop. During that attack, the victim was left unconscious. Aitasi told police that he lost money gambling at a game room in Dededo. He admitted to having stolen about $900 from the barber shop. The victim was aware of the plea deal, but according to the Post, she did not attend the hearing. Meanwhile, also from the Post, a man who is accused of trying to grab a child from a car and harass a woman in Ordot is fit to stand trial in the Superior Court. Spencer LeVar Ross, who's 40, had pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness, disease, or defect. He faces charges of child abuse, unlawful restraint, and criminal trespass. The judge issued an order that Ross possesses the mental competency to understand the nature of the proceedings and will stand trial following a forensic evaluation. Meanwhile, a 55-year-old teacher at Guahan Academy faces criminal sexual conduct charges after he allegedly sexually assaulted a student at the school. Daryl D. Francis Lujan, as reported in the Post, was arrested on suspicion of sexual assault on the child, who was 14 at the time. He's also alleged to have enticed the victim to send him explicit digital images. He was confined at the Department of Corrections and will appear in court for his magistrate's hearing. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The Guam Visitors Bureau will be hosting the first trade familiarization tour since 2019. This tour will include representatives from Japan, about 50 travel agents, media, and other travel trade partners. The trade fair will be from June 13th through the 16th. The FAM tour is being done in cooperation with United Airlines and Japan Guam Travel Association as part of the Go Go Guam campaign, which also celebrates the 55th anniversary of the first direct commercial flight from Japan that took place on May 1st, 1967. While on island, the travel trade representatives will experience Guam's current product offerings, attractions, and other optional tours and activities. The Guam Trade Show will be on June 14th at the Hyatt in Tumon. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
I'm so glad that we've got that FAM tour coming back and hoping things things open up a little bit more between here and the tourists from Japan. And it's got to be worth it, guys. Remember, the yen exchange rate is now at 132.5 yen to the U.S. dollar. That means when they come here, they're going to be expecting a whole lot more by way of the spend. So be extra generous, extra nice. As I said, I think about the hospitality industry, high touch. They got to stay in hotels. They got to, rent cars and do all of those things. But once they are out there amongst us, be very charming, be welcoming. We are known for our hospitality around here. Even just a smile and a wave and, hey, would you like a piece of rib? Would you like a chicken bone and a cold beer? And usually the answer is, hi. Isolated showers in the forecast today. Sunny with highs near 88 degrees. It's going to be hot. 94 is the feel-like number here that we're going to be reaching for. East winds blowing up to about 15 miles an hour. You will pray for gusts. You might get them, maybe 18. Mostly cloudy in the forecast tonight with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. What was it that Brandon Landon was saying is, it starts feeling kind of normal once the sun goes down, but it's still kind of hot. Partly sunny tomorrow with highs near 88 degrees and partly sunny on Sunday with those daytime highs again, 88 degrees. Grill marks where you can grab them. Sunrise at 5:53. The sunset tonight will be at 6:47. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagaya, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Thanks, Albert. 8:12 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines. A global presence with a local home. And the folks over at Chili's, second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza, just absolutely proud of all the families graduating kids and all the kids that are graduating from school these days. Take that diploma with you to Chili's. They've got a special menu, and everything on it is free. That's right. Graduates eat for free over at Chili's, second floor, Tumon Sands Plaza.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Oh, it absolutely is. Absolutely. It's the last day of the work week here. We've talked about so many things that aren't news. But it's fun. It's living on Guam. It's the Ray Gibson way. We were talking earlier about Old Man Woostig, the sweet corn man. And Mata says it's been a while since she has seen him. Sam Mabini, did we Biba that? Did she pick up her packet?
Biba.
She did pick up her packet, right?
Either or.
Sam Mabini.
I think she dropped that on
Shirley, Sam Mabini Young.
And so she says, yeah, he's been out there. She's got a picture to prove it.
Oh, let's see it.
There, it's on the screen. There it is. There's Mr.
So what time are we coming over?
I was going to say. So does everybody have their own Old Man Woostig sweet corn recipe? What's the way you do that?
Oh, I like to butter, a little paprika, a little salt and pepper.
Do you boil it, or
no,
you just throw
I put
it
it
in
the
the microwave?
grill because I put it on the grill. Yeah, because that charring just makes it even more sweet.
Wow. You're when did you become so extra?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
One of the kids recently had they did corn, and I don't know if it was Mr. Woostig's corn, but they did the corn with butter.
Yeah.
I mean, not butter, mayonnaise, and then Parmesan cheese.
I've seen that before.
Oh my gosh!
We had a little thing in the neighborhood. Everybody got together.
That's like a Mexican way to eat it.
I don't
think.
Well,
but maybe not the Parmesan cheese, but a cheese something.
It's like the easiest thing in the world to make, and it impresses the hell out of everybody. Is the point? So you get the corn, you throw mayonnaise on it, you stick it in the grill, or you grill it if you want to. But there's a lot of flavor that comes out, and as you say, Parmesan cheese. I first got turned onto that recipe a few years ago. We had a little kind of village get together, and this lady with like 18 kids or something like that is just a real busy woman, and she comes out and she's got this platter, and it's all corn prepared exactly like that. And we got to talking about after I had
Parmesan cheese, or is it like the Mexican sprinkle cheese?
The tri-blend or whatever? Yeah. My recollection is it was something like Parmesan, right? So you get a little bit of that savory flavor in there. And I had to ask. I said, "This is absolutely terrific. What did you do?" And she says, "Well, don't tell anybody. But all I did was put mayonnaise and some cheese on this thing, and that was it. And like I said, that will you'll impress the hell out of people."
But Mr. Woostig corn, you can just eat it raw. It's sweet and it's crunchy. It's so good.
Mom always said just stick it in the microwave for a couple of minutes and eat it that way. There are people in our family that eat it with soy sauce. You recognize that, right? Soy sauce and butter.
I believe it.
8:15 in the morning. So Mr. Woostig is out there on patrol. So if you see him down there, go ahead and grab some of that. Quarter after. That's that's the thing. Maybe that's this fam tour that the governor is going to be taking everybody on. I'm sorry, that's Governor Gutierrez is going to be showing them around. We need to show off Old Man Woostig and the kind of great corn that he has. Online, we got Janine Blas. See Pam Duvall there, Ton Duk Duk, Ken LG, Lance Moritz, Alexia Marie, Buenas de Navidad to Francis Duffy, Zigo Zarhet, Brendan Fausto, William John Shadowin is there, Naomi Titano watching the program, Juan Muffness, Greg Fausto, Joe Perry, Elizabeth Brooks, and Mercy Wenzel online here this morning. A bunch of other folks, do me a favor, hit the share button, hit the like button, and let everybody know that this is where you like to spend some. Follow us, if you will.
You're not too far off. Take the fam tour to Mr. Wustig's Corn, because we did showcase Mr. Wustig's Corn when I was at Gita, and we went to Hong Kong for the Food Trade Expo.
Really?
And his corn was a hit. The only problem is it's difficult to ship, and by the time it gets to Hong Kong, I mean, there was a huge interest.
Doesn't travel well?
It doesn't travel well. It's already spoiled by the time it gets there if it ships the way it's supposed to ship, right? So you would have to air freight it there, but there's so much interest in that corn.
Well, he's on the line right now. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. I can hear the sunshine leaking in through the phone in the background. Buenos Din Hafade, Your Honor.
Good, thank you, Ray. I've got Regina Netlick here, and my Paris are number one and one Japan marketers.
They're absolutely awesome, and they're everywhere that I have been in the last, or that I want to be in the last couple of weeks. I must say, 8:17 in the morning. You're sounding a whole lot better than you did than you did in the earlier phone call this week.
I absolutely. This variant or whatever it was just stopped right away from 100% hurt to zero in a matter of an hour.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't figure it out, but I think that Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero gave me those Paxlovid pills, and it worked right up to the last day.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you're healthy and hale and back to work in time now for the first FAM tour since 2019. And, a lot of people might be going, wow, you're making a big deal about that. But it really is kind of a big deal. Japan is, has always been one of the major markets, the source markets for Guam and the hospitality industry around here. Much of the hospitality built on Japanese tourism revenue over the decades. It almost feels like 1967 again when we start talking about the great opportunity that we have to impress the hell out of these journalists and travel agents and influencers that are coming to Guam.
Yeah, and great lead into our Go campaign, our 55 years since 1967 when Pan American took their first tourists from Japan in here, and that's part of our marketing strategy here. And Regina and Mai has been really on top of with our marketing team in Japan, and I'd like to have Regina tell you exactly what to expect when Monday comes around.
Looking forward to it. Good morning, Regina.
Half a day, Ray. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Oh.
To hear from you again. You are one of our number one radio influencers.
Well, it's because I'm
local influencer. So.
Well, just make me the CEO. That's all I'm asking for. I know you got the Gov's got a job, Jerry's got a job, but I was looking for that CEO position, if you don't mind.
Sorry, we have the best CEO here, so
Too late.
It already has filled. So.
I got you. So, when do they start coming in, and when will we start seeing these delegations moving around? Where are you going to be sending them?
So next week, they come in on Monday on the UA 827 flight, 355. So we'll have approximately, there's 50 in total, including our GVB Japan team, but 43 of our travel trade will be arriving. And they, after they come in, we have participating hotels that are helping them. We want to, make a shout out and thank them as well. The Shibaki Hotel, the Nikko, the
Golden Motel?
Dusit Beach Resort. No, the Dusit Beach Resort and the Hilton. They're one of our, we have so much support from our GVB membership. And so they'll be helping us. And the JGTA that is also assisting with various site inspections and tours that they'll be having. So, they'll kick off with them arriving on Monday night. And then come Tuesday, we'll have our trade show at the Hyatt Regency. From 10 to 12, where they will also be meeting some of our GVB members. We have approximately 33 members that are going to be doing some. They will be displaying their product and then making that connection with our travel trade on that day.
Boy, everybody get your elevator speeches ready for some of this because they're not going to be in town very long. As you say, they're coming in Monday afternoon, and they're flying back on what, Wednesday?
Thursday morning, 7 a.m. Yes, but on Wednesday, we've kind of made their schedule free for the morning time because when they do come out here and, this is where they're kind of updating their business connections with our partners on Guam as well to really package the Guam in Japan and to assist because that's what we're trying to do right now with our travel agents and the airlines is to really make that Guam packaging so that it's more enticing and creating the demand for Guam. So, this is really important for us to be able to put our best foot forward to our travel trade right now. And we will be having we'll be doing a welcome reception for them the evening of Tuesday at the Nico Hotel.
Yeah, I'm going to big shot my way into all that. Regina, just a quick question on the trade show. Somebody beeping me going, is it too late to set up some kind of a booth there? How can businesses and how can vendors be a part of the trade show?
Well, we mainly work with our GVB membership, Ray, and this is also a part of us to encourage membership for GVB. So non-members can participate, but of course we will encourage them to become a member. It's only $100 for GVB membership, and then they can display. But we have actually our briefing today. So because everything's happening on Tuesday, we need some time to prepare for the trade show. If there's one company or, if there's some companies that are really, really interested, I think today is kind of like the drop deadline, to come out and express your interest to participate in a trade show.
I gotcha.
But,
There's so many opportunities that we've got here. Guam being a 3.5-hour airplane ride from the airports in Osaka and Narita City. So there's something about the closeness, the familiarity of the destination. But one of the big problems that we got, and Gov, if you're near the phone, we still got a problem with the yen trading at 132 to the U.S. dollar. I don't know that if that conspires to make Guam much of a value destination.
Yeah, well, the biggest competitor at that rate for us is Okinawa, and hopefully that will also maybe beat out Honolulu, because it's you don't spend as much to get to a tropical island. So, yeah, Okinawa would be the biggest competitor with us on that one. But the PCR testing, the antigen testing, that's free up to September 30 is certainly going to help our costs lower that devalue the yen.
Yeah. Now, well, the other parts of all of this is there are constantly some changes that are happening in the hospitality in both directions in Japan. Somebody's telling me, Kitsuto in Japan online telling me that things are opening up now for incoming tourists. Today is supposed to be day one of that new policy. Is that your understanding?
Right now we know that they have reduced the MOFA level. However, it's still being very much guarded. And from what we know, you still need a visa to go in. Actually, you have to be on a specific tour for them to monitor your movement in Japan. And there's about, right now, they've only opened it to about 20,000 visitors right now.
What are the requirements for returning residents? So if somebody from Japan comes to Guam, somebody in the fam tour, when they return to Japan, what are the requirements for their re-entry without quarantine?
As of now, they still are required to do the 72-hour PCR negative testing, which is why that's one of our priorities for them when they come in. But when they get there, like, the testing at the airport for the antigen test, that's been eliminated right now. From our last Roxy tour that came, when they went back, they said it only took them about 30 minutes to clear, and they were all Japanese nationals.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. So things are getting easier for them. So we've got the thing. We're close, reasonably affordable to come to Guam. We got the sunshine, plenty of sunshine, and plenty of beach and plenty of bikini around here, and no major hassles getting back on the airplane and coming out. Gov, when you mentioned the flight, you said it was a UA flight, so United flying back and forth between here and Japan. We know that they are adding seats and adding airlift coming out of Japan. In fact, a lot of different destinations, and I've been seeing a whole lot more by way of Japan Airlines doing their testing, their training around here, and also beefing up their schedules to Guam.
Yes, and we really want to thank the Takahashi duo there in Japan, Mr. Nori and Taro. Taro is the head there, and the sales manager there is Mr. Nori, and he's coming. And they have been very, very gracious in giving us, in-kind contributions to help get these people here. And they have been more than forthcoming, especially when we're trying to get a slot out of Haneda. They were even willing to have me and the governor work to tell the U.S. government that the United Airlines is willing to give up one of the 5 slots that they have to the United States dedicated to Guam. So the governor has been reaching out, and hopefully, that's unusual that an airline would take one long-haul flight off and give it to a Guam flight.
God, you remember flying into Haneda back in the old days? That was so cool.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's right, it's in the city. Yeah, it's in the city. You just walk out of the airport, you get to the nearest hotel, throw your luggage in, and then make your way to Roppongi and Shibuya and all of those places. One last thing before I let you go, because I know how busy you guys are getting ready for the fam tour. Understand that we have got, is it the governor? Yeah, the governor Lacson from Negros Occidental is in town for a visit to wanted to go see Consul General Patrick Helado and other members of the community. I understand that he passed by GVB, met with Jerry, and there's a conversation now about some kind of sister city relationship between Guam and Negros Occidental.
Yes, they're very, very interested. And next week and a half, we have a delegation going to the Philippines for our Philippines trade show. And with that, with some of the mayors that already have a relationship with some of the provinces will be there, and to meet up with potential like Bacolod to have a relationship with. And so that is very important to us. They will also help us sell the Guam visa waiver program with them through the SARA down in the Visayas.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I spoke with him. I didn't want to go and sort of jeopardize by meeting with them yesterday, but I did have a phone call with Mr. Governor Lacson. And so we're looking forward, and I think they're going to come and join us on the 25th in Manila for that trade show.
Yeah, it's too late for me to get a shot. Sorry, I can't go.
I know. But you should just get like a sterile water shot or something.
Just all I need is the paper. I don't need to get a shot of anything. Have somebody work on that. 8:28 in the morning. I love the idea. You'd mentioned the visa waiver program between here and the Philippines, which was kind of the big deal before with Carl Gutierrez working on trying to get that by way of turning things around for us even quicker to give us a new kind of source market. Still need a whole lot of work getting done in the State Department. Before anything else happens. You suppose maybe Mike St. Nicholas might be able to do something before he comes back permanently to run?
Well, back in just first week of March 2020, after a meeting with Pacquiao, we were scheduled to go to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump.
Yep.
In 2 weeks after that, but then the lockdown came on March 15th, so that was scrapped. But I was going to go with Manny to meet him in Mar-a-Lago, and that he was going to guarantee us that he would work on giving us the visa waiver program. Unfortunately, I did write that same account to incoming President Marcos and requesting that we meet with them and to give us an opportunity to rework that with different players now. And I'm waiting for a response, and hopefully I get to go to see even the swearing-in ceremony of Sara Duterte.
Ooh. That could be very, very interesting. And then we've got there's a Democrat at the White House, and maybe he could look at maybe assisting us with getting some kind of a visa waiver between here and the Philippines. Be a long shot, but it's a dream come true if it happens. 8:30 in the morning, Gov. Always fun talking with you again. Glad to hear that you were better. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Jerry, and a high five to Mai and Regina.
Thank you very much, Ray. Thanks for always helping us out.
Glad to help. All right, love you guys. Arigato gozaimasu. It's always nice to see you. There's always a free dinner in it for me, so I can't complain. There's the disclosure. 8:30 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Denise Mendiola is coming into the studio, right? Yeah, it's going to come in. We're going to talk about what are we talking about here? They got a thing. They got a
GCC.
program. Yeah, I don't know. It's
a training program
of some kind or another. Look, it's important. It's vital. Nay, it's vital. That's what we're going to be talking about with her in just a couple of minutes. Mona Silva Tyrant's got that last big look at news and headlines coming your way right after these.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken Meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Man, I was going over some names here, and I didn't get to all of them because there's a huge list here this morning. And Sandra's like, oh, wait. First, Shelly says, hey, don't forget about me. Big sister Shelly online.
Biba Shelly.
And then Sandra chimes in and says, yeah, sometimes he forgets me too. I didn't forget. I haven't gone all the way down the list. I'm looking to see how Booney on the YouTube side, how badly Booney Dog Chamorro is gassing me here today, and I'll check on that a little bit later on. But we've got Michelle, Charlene Lasonko online, Randy Landis, Doris Doug Mitchell, Jose Martinez, Trina J. Apatang from over, I know, Apatang's giving, right?
From the Jimmy Craig Moylan.
Dude, she changed her profile picture. Fire. Just absolutely fire. We got Ruben Mortera online. Ben Kai Santos, Rick San Augustin is there. I got Polita Delamar Garcia, Greg Fausto, and Johnny Martinez online. Afakaz, nice to see you there. Norma Hagan, John Santos, Tony Uggan, Sean May, Chech Uggan. Let me see here. I said Big Sister Shelley, Cameron Mendiola, EOD Kaboom. EOD, guys.
Boom, boom.
What do we say about EOD, guys?
Hot wives.
Hot wives. I'm telling you, buddy. Yvonne B. Taikenko, Nora Menu. Good morning to, Bert Manansala, Kelly Lizama. Luke St. Nicholas, Seneca Epicticus. Hope I got that right. Joe Ngoko, Bertha Maza Cruz online. Tony Uggan says, Tillich the ear. I mean, you can't do that anymore. It's child abuse. Child abuse. I'm going to go to the nurse at the school and she's going to call the police and you're going to get arrested for tillicking my ear. Bill Erickson, Marsha Wong watching the program. Hoffa Hank Borha, Ray Polino. Colin chiming in on the mom smacking the daughter for her mouthing off. He says, I've seen this type of altercation before in California. The counselor calls in parents first and discuss the situation rather than criminalizing the parent. The world we live in now is just call the police. Richard Flores is there and Josie Cruz. Good morning to Ton Duk, who had to leave the program. Pam Duval says, pick the Tangin stick, and it better be the right type. And Harvey says, I'll bet the mom got locked up and the Lexus guy was B&R, booked and released. Jess Nicholas is online. Sunny Conception. Drew Titano. Ismail says, the mom got arrested for a slap in Puerto Rico. The police will take off their belt, hand it to the mom and dad. You spanked the kid and for wasting our time. It's a different world we live in, is it not? John Ananich, be back.
Here I am, Lord.
Is it I, Lord? Joe McDonald online. That's the better looking of the McDonald boys. Brennan Fausto, Marjon Conception, Vince Delgado. What's that? I had a situation with my son, 13 years of age, at Dodea. 4 times he was getting detention for disrespecting the teacher. I gave him option number 3, whippings with the belt, or no cell phone, Xbox, grounded for a month. He opted for 3 spankings with the belt. I said, go get it. Put your hand out, get extra. I disciplined him, and he went on to play well and with others. All done. Carm Babauta, Bill Mayfield hanging out here. I got Phil from over at Venue where Mana was hanging out last night. Carl, thank you for taking care of her. Carl Meyer is in Yokohama right now, and Clarice GB is playing around on the Facebook Live. Good to have everybody there. That doesn't complete the list. That's just everybody I saw for now. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the follow button. It's 8:35, and now Mana Silvataran has got that last big look at news and headlines. So off of what's going on?
Well, the man who was arrested in a brutal assault and robbery of an elderly woman on Thanksgiving morning up in Dededo 2 years ago has entered into a plea agreement with the government and appears the assault charges have been dropped after he admitted to the robbery charge. Frank Patrick Aitasi faces 20 years in prison for the crime. He'll be sentenced on October 6th. Meanwhile, a 55-year-old teacher from Guahan Academy faces criminal sexual conduct charges after he allegedly sexually molested a student at the school a couple years ago. Daryl D. Francis Lujan was booked and confined at the Department of Corrections. Meanwhile, a recruitment event is taking place up at Ukudu, where DOE is going to be looking to hire some folks for a number of positions throughout the department. They're looking for at least 300 school teachers for all grade levels. DOE's job fair will be at Ukudu from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. today. Those are your top stories here on The Point.
There we go. 8:36 in the morning, and that's it for Montesilva Tire. A big weekend ahead for you. All kinds of things that are going to be taking place. Do me a favor, on the way out, open the door for Denise Mendiola so she can come in. And what was it, Real Joe? What did you send me, Real Joe?
She's going to do some business and education and development.
Is that what you were typing in furiously to the WhatsApp?
She'll tell you everything. Right?
Here's the deal with Denise. Frankly, I could get up and leave the studio, and she could be just fine. She's done a radio show in her life. They were playing on one of the radio stations we own. We're playing that song, "Man, I Feel Like a Woman." Do you remember that from What's Her Face? The song where it starts.
Shania Twain.
Yeah, Shania Twain, and that was the theme song when she was doing her radio show. Anyway, 8:37. Quick break. Be right back with Denise.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Start your day with BK's new Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our Cheesy Breakfast Melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, layered with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash browns and a brewed coffee or OJ. Get your hands on the new Cheesy Breakfast Melts, now available during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every day for a limited time only. BK, Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, and the airport. BK, your way. .38, Ray Gibson Show, and hanging out now with my radio sisters, Denise Mendiola online. And I cannot believe this is the first time that you've been in this studio.
First time.
Get out of here.
It feels so special. It's only been years.
I guess. Well, here's the other thing that we do. We're putting you on screen right now, and this is the workout version of Denise Mendiola, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what kept you occupied, isn't it? Besides work, I mean, you going to a gym or just walking, or what are you up to?
Yeah, I've been going to 23 Fitness, and they've been really awesome.
What do they do there? I know you brought stuff to talk about, but I've been thinking about going into a gym or getting into some kind of a program. Mm-hmm. I'm this close to what I and anybody that's ever been through something like this, diet and exercise, and you get down to I'm within 10 pounds of where I want to be, and I'm having a hard time getting over that. So I'm thinking I need to go into a program that is specific, it's targeted, easy identifiable goals, and has people like you that I can say, okay, you're gonna hold me accountable,
right?
In this process, I need to be showing up every day because you're gonna be showing up, and we'll get to it, and we'll sweat, and we'll lose the pounds together, right? So is that kind of what you're in?
Yeah, pretty much in a nutshell. And I didn't even talk to you about it, so that's pretty right on target.
Well, so where are they? How do you sign up?
So they're in Timoning. I got turned on to it by Dr. Annette Santos. She's been going there for a while. And it's kind of like personal training. There are only 4 areas in that center. So you have 4 stations, and you have to designate a time. So they lock the doors. Only the people that are in that appointment.
Wow.
Yeah. So you get personal training, and you really do. I mean, they walk you through everything, depending on what your needs are and what your issues are. So everybody's personalized.
Do they do diet stuff? I mean, help you with food planning and that kind of thing?
Mike's really simple about, just eat more vegetables, and that's how I started out with.
Okay.
It's really that simple.
That's it.
Yeah.
So you're listening to me now in the broadcast going, well, that's it for Ray. You're stuck with those pounds because
that's it for Ray.
Extra vegetables. I'm more of an extra protein kind of guy. Can I get more Tinatla over here? I need more bacon over there. I've taken though to and we'll get to. I promise we'll talk about what you want to talk about. But I've begun to eat burgers the same way that my dad did, and that is no buns.
Oh,
bring the
okay.
bun. I might want the bun
Sure.
with some of the stuff on it, but I won't eat the whole bun. So
Right.
I'll devour the whole burger, and there's usually about 3/4 of a bun left over when I'm done.
Or
A
you
little
can
bit for
use half
flavor.
a bun, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
But it really does work. It's just a matter of changing your lifestyle, right? So just putting in some other habits that we normally have, and it's been working.
How's the girls?
Awesome.
Nice. 8:41 in the morning. Denise Mendiola in the studio, and it was Trina St. Augustine that said, "Do you have some time?" And the answer was no. But for her and for you, the answer is always, "Yeah, we'll squeeze you in." So, what is it that brings you to the radio station today? What are we working on?
So there are two things that we'd like to be able to share with everyone. So we have the 2 boot camps, and remember how you were talking about diesel mechanic
Yes.
like a year ago?
Yes.
So we're now on the 2nd diesel mechanic boot camp, and this is coming up.
You'll never.
Yeah.
You learn how to do this, and these boot camps are like low charge, no charge, no charge, and you have got a job for life with as many diesel rigs that we've got here on Guam, and they cannot run forever, and that includes the rigs that you see on the road. Many generators are also running on diesel, and that's a component in the boot camp as well.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And we have an amazing instructor, Matthew Tarnate.
Mhm.
And so I see everything that he does because they're on the chat. So it's that successful. There are still many employers that are desperately looking for diesel mechanics. And so we're doing the 2nd boot camp on June 23rd. So it's coming up really quick.
June 23rd. What do I need to sign up?
The best way to sign up is to email us at workforce@guamcc.edu, or they can call us 735-5640, and we get them on the list. We do the vetting process with the employer sponsors, and then we just put them on the track.
Here's the deal. You sign up for this program, and it's not going to take you forever, and somebody else is covering the bill. And when you are done, there will be a guy at the graduation ceremony, and he will literally be drooling at the prospect of getting somebody that has already been handpicked, already in the program, because they want to be in the program. And these are guys that are going to have the knowledge and the know-how to be able to fix these big rigs, get them back on the road, or get the electricity coming out of them. How long is the program again?
It
starts on the 23rd?
Yeah, 23rd, ends on August 16. It's very short term, very condensed, but they get a lot out of it.
As they should be. All right, so diesel mechanic, there's one. I remember talking to Mary Okada about the concept of boot camps on steroids.
Yeah.
And so what else are you going to be pitching?
The second one is the medical home health aid, shorter version.
Hey.
Wow, I didn't say that.
Hey.
It's too early in the morning for this.
Man, feel like a woman.
So stop it, Raymond. So caregiver. It's
Okay.
caregiver boot camp.
Caregiving, yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that we're caregiving. She can't go on.
I can't. I'm done.
I can't look her in the eye now. So is that caregiver program basically, and another one of these boot camp deals. Somebody else is going to pick it up. There is an aging population here on Guam. There's all kinds of people, one way or the other, might not have made it out of COVID with everything intact, and now require some kind of consistent and compassionate care. And when we talk about compassionate care, are we also talking about folks that will be in the hospice environment as a part of this program?
Yeah.
Oh, very, very interesting. Okay, so when does that start?
July 28th. So we have some time,
Mhm.
and we are looking for 30 people to participate in this. And with that, they're going to get first aid. So they'll get a certification in that area. They're going to get medical home health aid, work keys, and work ethic training. So
Now, I picked up a copy of the newspaper while you were talking about that, because I recall seeing recently, and by recently I mean this morning, there is an ad for caregivers. Somebody is looking for caregivers, and there's a number of different ways that you can get into the caregiving game. You can either do it as an independent, kind of a freelancer, or there are a whole lot of clinics and organizations that provide this kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Caregiving for seniors or otherwise, folks that can't get around on their own, or as we pointed out, compassionate end of life care, hospice care, which is I'm told can be a very emotional job, an emotional career, but it's also a very fulfilling career.
Absolutely.
Being there, helping somebody graduate, if you will, to whatever the next stage is going to be. I've heard from people that have done that job and seen people that have done that job, and I don't know how they do it. Maybe it's something that you got to get trained into for. So as you say, July is when they're going to be opening this thing up. Same rules apply. Going to GCC.
Yes.
and apply for it?
Same roles, workforce at guamcc.edu or 735-5640.
So there's no previous experience required for any of this?
No.
Isn't that amazing? What else is going on?
It just gets your foot in the door.
So, I mean, here we are, diesel and caregiving on top of construction trades and things like that, for which there are always boot camps going on a regular basis, right?
Always.
So how many more of these programs do you have? What other fields are you going into? Note, ladies and gentlemen, the appropriateness of some of the things that we are talking about, because these are high-demand positions that need to get filled. You doing one for aircon repair? Because the aircon in the truck is broke right now.
HVAC.
HVAC.
Yeah.
We have a boot camp for HVAC?
It's coming up.
Nice.
In the fall. Right now we have ship repair. We have 2 ship repair boot camps that are going on at this moment. And then we have childcare. This is another one where there are 4 cohorts that we're going to put through this year. So childcare is the one with Gita and public health.
I just did an interview recently with them. Pinky was in the studio,
Yeah, awesome.
and so here's the thing, guys, is you can get you go through this child care program, and there are grants available so that you will get paid for being a child care provider, and you can take that, you can do that in your own personal life if you want to. Grandma's house grant is something that's going to be available, or if maybe the shop that you work for, a shop you're familiar with, decides we'd like to provide some kind of child care at the office, then you can get paid for that. There's a grant for those programs. So these are jobs that are coming, and there's plenty of money behind this. The amount of money coming in from CARES Act, et cetera. I don't know what's going to happen in a couple of years from now.
It has to be spent, or else it goes back.
And so there's a big deal trying to get as many people into these programs as possible.
And that's just one of it. And the nice thing about childcare is that you can change. I mean, the model's changing, so you can take care of children in your own home while you take care of your own children and get paid for it. So you get paid for those other kids.
Nice.
Or you can work for somebody, or you can, in the employer location. So and it's really an amazing project. So. And in addition to that, we have another project that's coming up with GURA. So with going into the housing areas and to provide skills training in partnership with Manyetlu, Todu Foundation, all those guys. So it's going to be a really good year.
You're busy.
We're busy. We're super busy.
You got enough. Well, I mean, do you have enough teachers for the job?
That's the biggest challenge,
isn't it?
Is having good.
Well, I mean, they're doing a trade.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing a job fair today over at Ukadu.
Yeah, they are.
Starting at 10, I think.
GDOE's hiring. So I mean, there are a lot of opportunities, and so we need to have more people to fill the gaps, build the capacity for skilled employees on Guam.
Okay, so let's say I'm a IT guy, and there's never enough IT guys here on Guam, and I'd like to go to GCC and say, can I do a IT boot camp?
We have an IT boot camp coming up in the next.
Oh, you've actually got one coming up.
But
But if you had more instructors, you could do more boot camps.
Yes.
Is the point. So I'm just wondering, if there might be somebody out there that is listening that's got a lot of talent, maybe not doing as much after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and would like to help with a boot camp of their own. Maybe not even IT. Maybe it's a small engine repair.
Yes.
And things like that.
Yes.
So can I become an instructor?
We are desperately looking for truck driving instructors, bus driving instructors, IT, of course, diesel mechanic instructors, you name it. Whatever industry it is, we need instructors. So if they're interested, please contact us at continuing education.
Because here's the thing, bus drivers and truck drivers, again, you want to talk about some high demand fields. We've got any number of buses that we need to operate in the government of Guam and in the private sector, and hopefully if Carl Gutierrez keeps doing a good job with the tourism, we might see a whole lot more Turtle Tour and other buses on the road.
They're prepping now. They're ramping up on that side. We partner with Kloppenberg Enterprises.
There you go.
So we're putting right now we're finishing up the bus driving boot camp. This is the first time. All 17 that are in the course have passed their D exam. So we have a 100% pass rate right now.
So there's a special license that you need to get, right?
D.
The D, and so
they got it.
Stop it.
They got it.
Sorry.
They're well,
I saw that.
But for a long time, that's where the holdup
It's too
was.
early in the morning.
No, it's never too early. But for a long time, that was the holdup is getting guys their licenses,
Yes.
and so that you'd have to. Then we're bringing in people to go and do the testing on the weekends over at Motor Vehicle.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
same thing.
Yeah, we work closely with Art Menno and his team
Yeah.
at DRT, and they're really amazing. So yeah, the guys and gals, 17 of them have passed already.
Yeah.
And so that's bus, and so they're going to already be employed with DPW. So in partnership with DPW, Department of Labor is paying for this. It's
Perfect.
part of their project.
Absolutely
yeah.
perfect.
So I mean, it's all about getting all of the resources together, and now you're going to have all of these bus drivers on the road.
Denise, you're awesome. I appreciate you coming in here this morning. If there's anything else that our listeners need to know, now would be the appropriate time. Drop it.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Do we have a break that I can go into?
We do.
We do. Okay, we'll take a break and come back and talk about another avocation that Real Joe and I have been talking about. We generally get off the air at 10 o'clock and don't do anything but lurk for most of the rest of the day. And there are job opportunities for us, and I will unveil those after these.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with dad.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. It's 8:53 in the morning. My next guest in this... Is he ready to go now? Give me a couple of minutes, and I'll get you in there. Attorney Tom Fisher's in the green room, and we'll be for a couple of seconds as we make our way through the end of this hour, beginning of next hour. And yeah, I've already got my questions. I already got some stuff lined up for him as an attorney and as a guy on Guam that's interested in things. And of course, he's now put his hat in the ring officially. I mean, not just picked up the packet; he dropped it off. I checked the Election Commission's website last night, and sure enough, Attorney Tom Fisher is down there, and he's got his name as senator. But at least one listener, Booney Dog Chamorro, is asking, why not AG? Bro, why not AG? You were in that office for a long time. Studio time, 8:53 in the morning, and time for me to sell a car. What kind of car? A used car. Where? Nissan. And you're going, wait. They sell used cars at Nissan? Yeah, it works like this. Somebody needs to, lighten their load and, downsize their life or whatever and say, I don't need two cars. You take one, you drop it off at Nissan, and they basically adopt it until it gets sold again, right? And there's people that buy new cars from Nissan every day, and they got a used car in trade. So the guys in the back pick it up. They take a look at the history, 32-point inspection. We've got a technician that is going to go through every little nook and cranny of the automobile and make sure that it is now qualified to sit with the other great Nissans, new and used, on the lot. You're going to get some great prices, huge discounts on these. I don't see anything in here that's anywhere near Blue Book. These all look like they're way below Blue Book prices. And you don't have to believe me. You're going to go, Ray, you're not a car guy. You don't know what you're talking about when you say Blue Book. Yeah? Well, prove me wrong. Go with your Blue Book or your car guy experience over to the Nissan lot and take a look at those incredible used cars, and I'll bet you money that you will end up buying one. You don't know about car stuff. Get out of there. You just know when to grunt a response. Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much. 8:55 in the morning. What's that? Please tell Denise to do a shout out for our Guam Association for Career and Technical Education. She is an active and professional member of all of that. Trina says, thanks very much. Have a great weekend. Okay, I will. I have all kinds of intentions to have a busy weekend. It always starts like that. I'll tell you on Fridays how incredible my plans are for the weekend. Going to go do this, going to party over there, going to hike over then that one. There's going to be waterfalls and dolphins and pirate treasure and all of that stuff. And and then every once in a while I just kind of wake up in the morning and go from the bed to the couch. And just kind of putter around until it's a reasonable hour to start drinking beer. You know that.
Yeah,
you know
loitering.
you just get to. So what I'm saying is, I need a purpose in life. I need a purpose. We've been talking all morning long about the get together up at Ukadu for teachers. But I tell you, I don't want to be. How do I make this come out? I don't want to be the guy that says, I don't want to be a teacher. You couldn't pay me enough money to be a teacher. And actually, that's part of the problem is you want to talk about a much admired field, if you will. But the problem is that your job, I can't believe the kind of stress that you've got to deal with these days. You got problem kids in the classroom, and you say, well, I'm going to have a meeting with the parents. You meet with the parents, and then you figure out why the kids are problems, because the parents are a bunch of lunkheads. Pay ain't all that great. Your school keeps getting broken into. You always got somebody breathing down your neck about something that you said in the classrooms. And that's one of the reasons why there's a shortage. It's not the same job maybe as it was when we were little kids and we had teachers. Every single one of us has got a favorite teacher in something, in some class, whether it was grade school or middle school or high school or college. Everybody has got a favorite teacher story. But you think about that now with all of the pressures that are on teachers. Here's another one now. Mass shootings. You never know whether somebody's going to be having a bad day and come into your classroom. And that's why I say, it's time to start thinking about a different career. May I offer you a suggestion? In addition to the job fair that's going to be taking place today over at Ukadu, there's going to be career growth opportunities and a job fair tomorrow at Pacific Islands Club.
Oh, yeah. Clubmate.
That's it, baby. That's it right
you
there.
You and me, volleyball,
I'm serious.
the beach.
We don't have to actually do anything. We just need to be tan and look good in Speedos.
Make
and I'm
everybody
working
happy.
on it. I'm working on it. Yeah. You need to be the guy that can run across that little thing in the swimming pool. That little
the water
floaty,
bridge?
Yeah, the water bridge. That's all you got to be able to do. Just impress the hell out of people and do all of that stuff. But yeah, that is the position. So we were talking about this the other day, jobs that are out there, and you and I, could arguably take a second job. There's no sin in it, depending on what it pays, or what the benefits are. And there are a lot of people, there's different ideas, different goals for whatever it is that they want to be in life. You could work at the front desk. They've got jobs in the back of the house, chef de pâté, commis, cooks. They've got all of that stuff out, wait staff, obviously. They've got folks that are working grounds and landscape, which I find myself doing at the house for free. Yes. Go work at PIC and get paid. Cut this, trim that, rake this thing. It's no harder, maybe even easier, because I'll bet they got better, sharper machetes than I got at my house. I'm just saying that the opportunities are there. Clubmate. Think about that. Think about that job here. I mean, I know I'm 60 plus. I might look good in clothes, but I don't look good in the beach and in my mankini things that I wear. Don't make me. I'll send you a picture.
I got a visual.
It's bad. Dude. It's a bad one. I'll send you a picture. And if you give me $20, I won't send you the picture. But wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't it be? I would even accept close to minimum wage for that job. Anything else, I'd go, no, yes. If you're gonna get me off the couch, this better be like $14 or $15 worth. But if you're telling me that I get to be a clubmate, wouldn't that be fun? Just a clubmate on the weekend.
Yes.
Can I stay in the hotel? Will they give me a room? Do I get a key? High touch. Yeah. High touch is the way to do all of that. Where do we get to go? Seconds away from 9 o'clock in the morning. Really excited about Attorney Tom Fisher in the next hour of the program. Stick around for phone calls. I'll be watching the YouTube and the Facebook for your messages and your comments. So stick around. It's time for Fox on the Point.
Viewers, connect the dots. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The House committee investigating the Capitol riot will begin presenting evidence tonight.
Tonight will be sort of an opening of the narration the narrative of what happened as an assault on our democracy, on our Constitution, on our Capitol, on our Congress in a very violent way.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi, committee members have interviewed over 1,000 people during the 11th-month investigation.
It's rare to schedule hearings in prime time. The last such hearings came in 2015, probing Veterans Affairs. The committee wants to shed light on what happened between the election and January 6th. But Republicans say there are other subjects more worthy of attention.
Fox's Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has said he'd like to see hearings on gas prices and the baby formula shortage. In excerpts of his opening statements released a short time ago, committee chair Benny Thompson is expected to say, the American people deserve answers. So I come before you this evening, not as a Democrat, but as an American who swore an oath to defend the Constitution. 3 people have died, another is critically wounded after a man opened fire at a business in Smithburg, Maryland. Carly Hose with the Washington County Sheriff's Office says the suspect left the business but was tracked by a state trooper.
Gunshots were exchanged between the suspect and the trooper. Both were injured and transported for medical treatment.
Smithburg, Maryland is just west of the Camp David Presidential Retreat at about 75 miles northwest of Baltimore. The FBI and ATF are assisting in the investigation. A lawsuit filed in Los Angeles County accuses McLaren Children's Center in El Monte, which was meant to be a safe space for children as they awaited for placement in foster homes, of being a place where children as young as 5 were sexually abused by some staff members and residents for decades. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Thomas Fisher, an attorney, a veteran, a former Navy Judge Advocate General and Guam prosecutor. I'm running for senator. If you're like me, you want to end the BS. Let's start by ending wasteful spending of your tax dollars.
Vote Thomas J. Fisher for senator. If you want different, vote different. Log on to TomForGuam.com for his platform and look for Tom on Instagram and Facebook.
I'm Thomas Fisher. I not only approved this message, I wrote it.
Drake Diaz, treasurer.
The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game presented by the Guam Army National Guard goes down Sunday, June 12th at the FD Phoenix Center. The best high school players from both the public and private schools will put their talents on display, coached by the champion coaches. Watch it live at the Phoenix Center or streaming on GuamSportsNetwork.com, powered by IT&E. The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game, June 12th.
Now.
After it says it sees a pattern of officer violence against black suspects, a federal investigation is now open into the Louisiana State Police.
The Justice Department is now opening a so-called pattern or practice investigation into the Louisiana State Police due to a number of beatings by state troopers of black men. Assistant U.S. Attorney General Kristen Clark.
Our goal is to promote transparency and accountability, which ultimately will increase public trust.
One case is the 2019 arrest and killing of Ronald Green, who was killed by troopers after a highway pursuit in which cameras recorded very little and recordings went unreleased. Troopers initially claimed Green died when crashing the car. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Facebook is tested over approving ads that contain offensive material.
The nonprofit groups Global Witness and Foxglove ran tests of Facebook's ability to catch hate speech and report back that the company failed miserably. Global Witness says they came up with 12 text-based ads that called for the murders of people belonging to 3 ethnic groups in Ethiopia. The ads were written in Amharic, the most widely used language in Ethiopia. Facebook approved the ads. They did a similar thing with ads targeting people in Myanmar. Both countries have been experiencing civil wars in recent years. Global Witness said Meta, Facebook's parent group, told them the ads should not have been approved and that they are building up their capacity to catch hateful speech in more languages. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Teslas with partially automated driving systems are a step closer to being recalled after federal regulators elevated the investigation into a series of crashes with parked emergency vehicles or trucks with warning signs. The investigation now covers 830,000 vehicles, almost everything the car maker has sold in the U.S. since the start of the 2014 model year. On Wall Street, the Dow lost 638 points. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill.
located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Hey, it's me. I'm calling because I heard this ad on the radio about free training at Guam Community College for people interested in providing childcare. I heard registration, tuition, and all the fees are covered. And when you're done, they pay you for on-the-job training at a daycare. Anyway, it totally made me think of you. So check out Gita online at investguam.com for what you need to apply, and then call me back. This ad is paid for with federal funds administered by DPHSS.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
And then YouTube is where all the bad boys are. Ray Gibson Show, it's 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Portions of the program are brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the team over at, where's this now? Subway, the Eat Fresh Refresh is going on. And they're always looking for new and different and unusual ways to continue to please your palate. Now, what's the latest one? Choice Angus Roast Beef. That's what they've got there. They got the good stuff that forms. Yes, that's a happy cow. It's a dead cow. Now it's going to be on your sandwich cow. You got that, and you put it with your favorite toppings. Get some cheese in there, multi-grain bread, and plenty more. Eat fresh, refresh with the Choice Angus Roast Beef at Subway for lunch.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
How do you get so lucky? How, listeners of The Point, viewers of The Point, how do you get so lucky? Got two handsome fellas in the studio with great-looking bearded faces, huh? How about that? The whole Silver Fox thing is playing out in real time right now.
Amen. You're too kind to me and Tom.
Oh, yeah, well, that's something. All right, so he and I share beard in common. You and him share barbers, I think is how I'm going I'm going to equate all that stuff.
All right.
7 after 9, and excited to have attorney Tom Fisher in the studio.
Good morning.
Because normally if I sit in front of an attorney, it costs me $250.
About 300 now.
Is that the going rate?
Yeah,
Is that the going rate? So we were all kind of delighted, and maybe a few of us a little bit shocked when you came out and said, you know what, I'm going to be a senator.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What got into you?
Well, what got into me is it felt like it was time to get off the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been to Guam. I've been living on Guam almost my entire adult life.
Yeah.
And complaining, like a lot of people on island, complaining about, lack of government services and, waste of government money, et cetera, and so forth.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just got to step up, and I felt like it was my time to do so. And I have a training, or I'm a trained attorney, and obviously went to law school.
Yeah,
been practicing for more than 30 years. I feel like I've got some expertise to bring to the legislature.
Well, and you got skin in the game here. You're a taxpayer, a resident of Guam.
Well, amen. Yeah, absolutely.
There's standing, I guess, as they say.
There is standing. Absolutely. Everybody on island's got standing. The money belongs to us. It belongs to us, and we need to keep an eye on it. We absolutely need to keep an eye on it. One of the statistic that I've always been a little bit amazed by is, I think what's the population of Guam now? About 155,000?
I think that's the going number, yeah.
Well, you know what? Just as an aside, I can remember years ago, I think the population was hitting around 169,000.
Mm-hmm.
So where have those 15,000 people gone? Well, a lot of people had to leave island, I think, because they didn't have the opportunities here on island. Prices are going up, et cetera, and so forth. And with 155,000 people, and we got $1 billion budget, I think there's a lot of cash.
Yeah.
Floating around.
Well, and with all of the federal largesse, thank you for the federal funds.
Yeah.
There's even more of that, and we seem to have a lack of transparency on how that spend is getting determined and who are the lucky chosen ones that get the nod from Adelup and say yes. there will be a contract, and the angels will sing, and checks will be written, and everybody else is going, wait a second, how did all of that happen? Why are we in the land of sole source procurement again, as much as we have over the last couple of years, and why isn't anybody besides B.J. Cruz doing any more by way of asking questions?
Why isn't the legislature doing something about it? Why aren't they exercising the oversight that is granted them as a branch of government?
Well, apparently they asked and they said no, and they said, oh, okay.
Well, no, that's
that's
not the response.
The only guy that's doing any fighting down there to ask any questions is Jim Moylan.
Yeah, he's the only one down there. He's the one that's stirring up the dust and everything else down there. So good on him. But the legislature has a responsibility of oversight, and they're not exercising.
They despite multiple opportunities and disclosure time. Tom Fisher and I and others worked hand in glove. I want to say it was September or October a couple of years ago when mutual friends of ours, restaurants and bars, were closed down, and in hindsight, for no damn good reason whatsoever. I don't know that closing down bars and restaurants did anything to halt the spread of COVID-19. I don't know that it saved any lives, but it cost a lot of people their livelihoods, a lot of people their fortunes, and nobody's even apologized for it.
Not at all. I know people who were actually having to live in their establishments because they couldn't afford rent on both their homes or their mortgages and the bar or the restaurant they were running. They're actually sleeping behind the bar.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable what we put people through.
And without compensation, and as you said, without so much as an apology for it. But we sued. My law firm did. We tried to get that overturned in the District Court of Guam because it was a seizure, an unconstitutional taking of these people's business.
Unfortunately, the courts didn't see it that way.
No, they did not see it that way.
Which is another big disappointment in these COVID times when everybody says, well, we have to look the other way because there's a public health emergency and we're in a pandemic. And this is the knockdown, drag out, easiest pandemic. It's like getting the easy cancer, right? What do we get? A certain number of people that died, but certainly wasn't in the thousands like they sold us on in the beginning. They scared the hell out of everybody and saying we're going to have more casualties on Guam than we did with the Second World War, and oversold it, overhyped it, overscared everybody, and everybody just kind of went along with the fear and the fear porn. Not a whole lot of people speaking out about that. 912 Ray Gibson Show and attorney Tom Fisher in the studio, and I've got my questions, but Booney Dog on the YouTube side has an interesting question. I think let's really get started with that one. How come you're not running for AG? Why aren't it's attorney Tom Fisher, attorney general? There's a connect.
Yeah, well, I did. To be frank, I did think about running for the attorney general, but I didn't think I could be as effective. In the attorney general, essentially, you're running a large GovGuam agency, and pushing a GovGuam agency is like pushing an iceberg, right? And so, if you really wanted to get out there and make some change, and you had some ideas, like I do. Well, the legislature is a natural place to be. That's where the law is made. That's where oversight occurs. The AG's office, God bless them over there, but it's it's just reactive. And I wanted to do something different.
But personally, I don't think, with all due respect to Levin and his team there, I know that there's some very, very good people. They don't seem to be reacting to the right things. And again, we can go down the list. We'll talk about sole source procurement. We can talk about the 19th floor debacle that was the rental of the PIC, not PIC, the PAC Star. And here comes B.J. Cruz and says, "Hey, Levin, this is something that you ought to look into." And they filed the kind of here's a piece of submission to the courts that absolutely does nothing, doesn't hold anybody accountable, doesn't even respond to any of the original questions that BJ was asking about. And as you know, attorney Tom Fisher, there's a lot of crime on Guam.
Yeah.
You got your share of scumbag defendants that you've got to defend, don't you?
There's a lot of white collar crime on Guam. And some of it's existing in the government of Guam. You started talking about the various debacles.
Yeah.
And you were I think, referencing anyway, procurement problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how is it that we can have sole source procurement? Where's the justification for it? You know, the sole source and the emergency procurements are only supposed to run for 30 days.
Right.
But my goodness, when's this emergency going to be over? It just keeps getting extended and extended, doesn't it? And we keep taking it, certain people are taking advantage of it by getting contracts. And
Well,
so
it seems to me that that's exactly the kind of thing that a legislature should be doing. And one of the things that you mentioned at the very beginning of this is the legislature, despite multiple opportunities, has failed to assert their role as the second branch of government, as the check and balance against Adelup and the administration. It doesn't always have to be at loggerheads, but in the very least, people from the governor's office and the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service, et cetera, need to, I think, at least on a monthly basis, if you want to extend this public health emergency by a month, you need to come down here every month and tell us why we need to do this. Where is the health emergency?
Well, they're supposed to do that. And you know, the legislature, the first branch of government, that's the people's branch. That's where people listen to the. That's where the government listens to the people's voice.
Our representatives.
Yes, and I totally agree. They need to come down and justify these emergencies. I mean, I suppose it's a wonderful time to be leading the island. You know, you've got, you know, you're opening all the doors and you can walk anywhere you want. It's not the way it's supposed to work. It's not the design. And if I get in the legislature, you know, if people are kind enough,
Gonna make some
give me a
noise.
chance.
Hey, we need Hellraisers, and you've been here long enough to remember some of them. I don't know, guys like Jim Miles in the legislature, somebody that just get up and be the contrary and just say no to everything, and you have to convince me that I have to stop my life for paper bags, plastic bags.
Yeah. Well, I think if as a legislator, I think my attitude, I know my attitude would be if I'm annoying people, I'm doing my job.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
I hope you are the flag bearer for a new kind of leadership, if you want. I'm going to use the word leadership. I don't normally do that when we're talking about the legislature, but a new kind of leadership and somebody that can, as a Republican, I forgot to ask, you're running as a Republican or
Running
Democrat?
as a Republican.
Okay,
yeah.
so as a Republican, it doesn't mean that you're uber conservative or whatever. I mean, we just need somebody down there that can apply some common sense, diplomatically or not.
Or somebody that's going to make people follow the law. I mean, it boils down to that. You know, I keep going back to government spending. The government is not obeying the laws. They're not following the laws. They tend to think that the procurement law is just, an expression of hope and wish, right? It's not. That's how we spend the money. And so God bless B.J. Cruz.
You remind me of John Thomas.
Yeah.
Attorney John Thomas Brown. Yeah, nice guy and the guru here when it comes to understanding the ways of procurement and the various practices that we've developed here to get around all of the law that is procurement. And then we sit around and wonder why everything is in protest.
Yeah, absolutely. The procurement law as it exists, there are some teeth in it, but they're not very sharp. One of the things that is unfortunate, you're familiar with it, I'm sure, in a lot of these procurement situations, fairly mid-level employees of the government of Guam end up certifying procurement and saying that the file's good and we rang all the bells and dotted all the I's and stuff. But a lot of them are done. A lot of these approvals, I think, are done under pressure from people above. And one of the things I'd like to see is if anybody in the government of Guam urges, importunes, requests that somebody certify a procurement file as being full and accurate, I think that should be a felony.
Ooh.
It should be. I mean, if somebody goes in there, somebody goes in and knocks over the 7-Eleven for $500. Well, we got a felony on our hands.
Yep.
If somebody goes out and distributes $2 million against the law, I call that a felony.
Yeah.
That's
above the grand larcenies.
Yeah.
So we'll hold them accountable.
Hold them accountable.
Well, first, I'll take a different approach to it. I'll take it more of a Dave Del Sola approach to it. First, we'll educate you. And there are supposed to be mandatory lessons that these mid-level and higher-level administrators are supposed to attend for procurement. I think that's written into the law. I'd be curious, 4 years into this administration, how many of them have actually taken that coursework.
Yeah, I understand that there are various seminars that are given at UOG, and I think to some extent, I'm not sure to the entire extent, it is mandatory for these people to attend.
It's worth looking at. Well, if it isn't, let's make that the law.
Well, sure, but if you're not inclined to obey the law anyway, I don't know that going to school is going to help. If you you're feeling a little political pressure, and let's sign off on that contract. We need
spending issues,
spending issues, but we need to, in that sense, we need to take the pressure off the lower level employees in the government of Guam who feel a little bit of that political wind coming their way.
Back to Booney Dog here. He's asking me to ask you about your decarceration. Decarceration. I'm not sure what he's referring to. Ask him about decarceration policies, and maybe if it's not a construction of your own, maybe the idea that there are people that are sitting in jail right now that maybe don't need to be on the taxpayers' dime, and low-level fellas that maybe we ought to let out. What do you think?
I believe that the law should be enforced. And I would, if a judge has sentenced somebody to some time in jail, I'm going to assume that was the correct result. Decarceration, if you're referring to people who are incarcerated illegally, well, sure, of course, anybody would want them out.
But find all of those things. If you got any more questions, I'll be taking a look at the YouTube side in a couple of minutes, maybe some time on the Facebook side to get comments from folks on that one. I believe that all of the two most significant platforms that any politician has to run on in 2022 for any office is crime and the economy.
Yeah.
And so give me your thoughts on that. I think we've got a great bunch of guys and gals in the Guam Police Department.
Absolutely.
I think if we give them half of what they need in the resources, we will be amazed with what they're capable of doing. They conduct great investigations. There's a bunch of guys out on the highway and understand the concept of rolling probable cause and pull a guy over because his tail lights are out and then find crystal methamphetamine.
Yeah.
And then they're taken into the rest of the criminal justice system where it feels like everybody in there is soft on crime, like we got to treat these criminals with kid gloves. And I'm here to tell you that it is my belief that most of the thug population on Guam has figured it out now and know how to game the system. So literally they can be in the set of handcuffs in the morning and out before they stop serving breakfast at McDonald's.
Yeah, and people learn a lesson from that. You know, that the government's not that serious about crystal meth or what have you. As you know, I think everybody who's listening knows, crystal methamphetamine is a cancer on Guam that is, it's a danger to the entire community. It's not just something that, you hear about. It's in every single village.
Tom, we've lost a couple of generations. When it first started getting heavy in the mid '90s, I think that's when I became
the war on ice. And all that.
We went through all of that, and it was terrible. And you'd think, my God, after people had seen what happens to individuals and families when they get hooked on crystal methamphetamine, you'd think that people would be running away from that in droves. Keep that away from me. But here it is. It's 20, 25, 30 years later, and the problem has only gotten worse.
Much worse
over the years.
It's a flood. It's an absolute flood. The district court is doing everything they can. But, you open up the newspaper and you see a scale at a police department that's got like 5 pounds of meth on it. How is it possible that all that meth got on island? Or is it being manufactured on island? I don't know.
Why would you manufacture it? With time, trouble, and expense of building a lab and go find 5 people in California or Oregon or Seattle. Stick it in the mail. And, so I was reading that story yesterday as well. It was 177 pounds or something like that of methamphetamine that they caught in the mail. But notice the price of meth isn't going down. Isn't going up. It's going down. There's still a whole lot of it around here. So there's a big pipe between the states, or maybe Hawaii, or maybe the Philippines and Guam, and we've got to figure out how to close off that tap gracefully.
We've tried many ways, I think, to close off the tap. There's a drug court down in the Superior Court, which is, it's a court that is designed to treat it as a medical condition as much as a crime. But at this state in the emergency, I don't think we've got time or room to deal with crystal methamphetamine like that. We have to crush it. You can't negotiate with cancer. It has to be extracted.
Well,
So-
I'm in favor of putting together a vigilante force that would go out and find all of the dealers and do away with this. Make them away. They won't be here anymore. Something.
you're
Look
not-
over there. Don't look over here where my vigilante force.
You're not for therapy
No,
for the drug dealers?
No, not for the drug dealers. For the guys that they got into the game. I want those guys taken care of. I got the sad for you and all of the things that you did as a result of somebody turning you on to the drugs. But the people that are selling the drugs are not doing this community any favors. And when they get arrested, it seems to me they're bouncing right back out into the system. They're encouraging the guys to break in, steal whatever you can steal, and then come back to me and I will sell you more of this devil drug. And those are the guys that I think we seriously need to go after and prosecute to the absolute hilt. But I'm not hearing about it. You drug dealers. Was it one guy? What did he get? A couple of years worth of a sentence? We're not sending out strong enough signals.
Well, one of the signals we are sending out, I think, through our local attorney general's office is they just don't seem to be really that interested in the high-level, big amounts of crystal methamphetamine that inevitably ends up in the federal court, and Judge Tydinko Gatewood deals with them. But I think that at least in our attorney general's office, some more vigor from the leadership.
Oh,
would be
absolutely.
appropriate. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be a pile-on for Levin, unless you think that he deserves a little bit of a pile-on in this conversation, because it seems to me I don't know that prosecution for anything is a real priority at the Attorney General's office. And he says, well, it's a dollar, it's a budget issue, it's a hiring issue, it's a whatever. Well, figure it out and get to it.
Well, I've been hearing that story, Ray, for 30 years.
Huh.
I was over in the prosecution division in the late 90s, and it was the same thing. We had 21 prosecutors there, and it was a constant complaint. We've got so many misdemeanors, we've got all this and all that. You also got 21 prosecutors get to work.
Well, so how many do we need with a town of about 150,000 people with the kind of crime that we're looking at?
Seems like 21 is probably more than you would need for your average 155,000 person population. Unfortunately, we have this epidemic on Island. I mean, if you want to talk about health emergency, we've been dealing with COVID. Another health emergency is crystal meth.
Don't disagree. It turns into drug addiction issues. It turns into mental health issues. Virtually every story that we read out of the magistrate report, somebody's gone home, has had a bad day, didn't get enough ice or got too much ice, and gets in a scrap with the old lady. And
but it's even more than that. I mean, it destroys families. And suppose you got a family with a bunch of kids in there, and mom and dad are on ice. How much attention is being paid to the kids? How much attention is being paid to the homework? Are we feeding those kids adequately? Are they getting the love and the security they need to grow up to be healthy, productive adults? They're not. It's crystal methamphetamine is more than just somebody, with an ice pipe.
Yep.
It's families that are just being destroyed by it.
Well, I'd sure love the opportunity to see you at the legislature fine-tuning some legislation that would put some teeth behind some of these criminals, and working with an attorney general's office that is a little bit more with more vigor.
Yeah, imagine how frustrating it must be for the Guam Police Department. They catch somebody with some crystal methamphetamine, and then you run into them at McDonald's the next day. These guys have spent hours. It must just be very frustrating.
Well, how many magistrate reports do you read on a regular basis where so-and-so has been picked up for this, and maybe it's family violence or getting into a scrap in a bar, something like that, and then you look at it and go, wow, wait a second, this guy, and it's a felony on a felony release.
Yeah.
He's bounced out. There was a guy over this week, I think he was picked up for something, and they looked at him, and he was out with two priors. He's waiting to see the judge on some crap he pulled 2 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's not unusual at all. It's just a horrible situation. You might remember this was a little bit before my time, but Guam used to have a terrible heroin problem.
Sure.
I think probably as the Vietnam War was winding up. But violence on the island.
Horrendous. I was starting to work in radio around the summer of 78, 79, and I was doing Saturday mornings at the radio station. It was Saturday. They'd play records, and nothing would happen until all of a sudden it was every Saturday morning for weeks. Dave Eckert might still be listening to the stream in Las Vegas right now, and every Saturday for weeks he would break in and say, "Well, we've got breaking news now. We found another body."
Yeah,
and these guys, and that was the thing, is they'd go after guys that they'd fronted. The money, the drugs had been used, but there was no money coming in, and they were dealt with very, very harshly among the dealers that they had then.
Yeah, well, we've. I think that violence is ramping up a little bit because of the methamphetamine. We had a beheading in Agate. Not too many months ago. The police found a body. I forget which village it was in, and they haven't been able to identify it yet because it was just this individual was murdered, obviously, and
take off the head. That
destroyed,
makes it a little bit makes it harder for the forensics guys. That we, by the way, don't have. We don't have an ME. We're close to getting one a while ago, and there's another thing that we've got to figure out how we're going to massage or change the law for medical examiners so that we can choose from a wider pool.
Right, but for a profession like that, I assume it's money driven. You gotta if you're going to ask somebody to come out here and be our medical examiner, frankly, you have to make it worth their while, right?
It was once upon a time the highest paid guy in the government of Guam was Young Park.
Yeah, I think he was making probably $170,000-180,000 a year, but
nothing today. That's a $350,000 a year job if you can find the guy that's willing to do it for those paltry sums. But the fact of the matter is, it's holding up investigations of all kinds if we don't have the right guy. I'm told it's holding up funerals because it takes so long to get somebody to sign off on the paperwork for bodies. Not even crime related. Just want to get the body out of the morgue.
Right, and I think that's another example of us being a little bit penny wise and pound foolish. We're having to get these people from Hawaii to come out here, like testify at a trial and do this and that. That costs money. All of that costs money and time and so forth and so on. We need to, where it is appropriate to spend the money, let's spend the money. Where it's not appropriate to spend the money, don't spend the money. Let's keep an eye on the dollars.
I don't know that there's anybody down there that understands the concept, and I don't even want to couch this with all due respect, but there are people that are in the 36 Guam legislature right now that I don't know have ever had a job in the private sector, a job in the private sector where they were in charge of money, payroll, making sure the utilities covering the rent,
making overhead,
all of those kinds of things. I think a lot of people that have been happy working in the bosom of the government of Guam, where somebody else is going to write the check. The guy over at the Department of Administration will cover this. Lester will come in and tell us whether we can or cannot spend this money. So I think that there are people that are just kind of clueless about how the real world works.
Absolutely.
You've run an attorney's office. You know what real world looks like.
I know what it means to make overhead. I know what it means to pay health insurance.
Sweat out the payroll every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. I know what it means to pay GRTs. And, I have to agree with you. There are people in the legislature, every single paycheck they ever got had Treasurer of Guam written on it. And they don't understand that. I think that is infuriating for small business owners to see Gov Guam, behaving like it's Christmas every day. This guy's sweating to, like you said, make overhead, make payroll. It's just ridiculous. Especially,
how are you going to deal with those guys? Because there's a lot of pretty faces with not a whole lot behind it, kind of vapid, but are easily re-electable. You already know who all right, everybody got a vision in their head of who I'm talking about. But how are you going to deal with them when they sit around and go, never mind the money here. We got to figure out what we're going to do for Pride Week. What feel-good legislation is going to be out there, like banning paper bags and plastic bags and doing all this other stuff. It's like we've solved all of our problems so we can take care of all this feel-good nonsense, and we haven't actually solved anything.
Well, if you want to do something that will make you feel good, that is not nonsensical, it would be rolling back the business privilege tax.
There we go. Ding, 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 ding. You just got the vote.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations. You don't even have to stick around here any longer. There is the win for everybody. I tell you what, be the guy. Do me a favor. A couple of years ago, I threatened to run for political office, and I'd actually had a couple of platform ideas in my head, and some of them And there were a bunch of people who all agree on most of it, and they were Republicans and they were Democrats. And I said, no, I need you to be a Republican. I need you to be one of the guys that goes in there and tries to sit at the side of the table of the taxpayers and not the people that are in the government of Guam. And I don't mean to give the Guam employees a hard time. A lot of you are doing a fantastic job, and if you had all of the tools that you need, you'd be able to do an even better job. But there's just so much crap and red tape that has been thrown up there over all of these years.
Nobody shows up for work to do a crummy job.
Yeah,
right?
and so I want people to be able to, I want to float everybody's boat, whether you work for the private sector or work in the public sector. And I think it makes common sense for us to eliminate the business privilege tax completely on groceries and on medication. I'd put it on baby formula, and I'd put it on baby diapers and all of those kinds of things, because I don't think that the government of Guam should be making bank on that. I think.
Well, I totally agree with you. You know, a lot of people think when you start talking about GRTs, the business privilege tax, it's all the same thing. When you start talking about it, everybody just figures, well, that's kind of a Republican position. You know, they're always talking about the taxes and we spend too much and everything. Unfortunately, the business privilege tax is, in effect, it's a stealth tax on the consumers. They are the ones who are paying the business privilege tax. Businesses need to pass that on.
Yeah.
You roll back the business privilege tax, I think you're going to see some prices come down.
Arguably. In the face of everything else, though, I mean, you have the invisible hand. I'm not going to say that if we eliminated 5% business privilege tax on a pack of whatever Pampers over at the store, that the price of the Pampers are going to come down because there are other costs that are factored into what evenly comes in the retail.
But this is an additional ding against the wallet.
What am I hearing you say? No more business privilege tax. Let's do what the chamber has been asking for decades and go to a visible sales tax.
Well, what you're doing is you're just shining a light on what we're doing anyway.
Yeah.
That's all you're doing, and I think that's probably a more honest, fairer way to deal with it. People need to know that, they think it's not just the mom and pop store that's paying the BPT. It's you're paying the BPT.
Well, Bill Gibson once told me, maybe you recognize the name, that businesses don't pay taxes, they collect taxes.
Well, that's very true.
That is the government of Guam charges 5%, the business says, okay, we're going to charge 5% additional on this, and the customer is going to pay it, and we are merely the conduit.
Yeah, but I agree with you, but effectively some of these small businesses that are paying the highest margin on their income taxes, now they've got to pay the BPT on. They've got an effective tax margin of 41% or something, which is just an outrage. Absolute outrage.
Maybe. Well, people have been driving that bus here for so long they don't realize that there's a problem with it.
It's become structural.
And so that in my mind is the economic portion of the interview. We talked about crime, but then we move into the economics. There is not much that 15 people at the legislature can do. But at least there is something they can do. And now, again, for the last 2 years, they've done absolutely nothing. We've seen the price of gasoline skyrocket since Joe Biden has taken office. The price of the electricity. People are posting pictures of their electric bills here, and what used to be a $250 light bill for the month is now up around $600. And it's summertime, and the kids are in school, and nobody at the legislature or the governor's office seems to give a damn. Nobody's lifting a finger to help out the consumers on this.
Well, I think that they're sticking their head in the sand. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to look at it. It's a nightmare for the average consumer out there. Imagine, you don't have to imagine. It's happening. What are you paying for regular? $6.33?
$6.33. It's probably going to go up this weekend. The Tapas, which is the oil that has come from, is within shooting distance of its lifetime record price, $133, and that was just back in March of this year. And then it went down, and now it's creeped back up.
I imagine we're going to be paying $7, I would think.
Yeah. Well, and they say, well, the price is going to go this way, and it's going to do that regardless of whether we're charging a liquid fuels tax and a BPT on the gas. Well, yeah, but we could use the relief. What if it doesn't? What if we're stuck? What if it plateaus around here? The people definitely could use the break.
I don't know that there's too many people in the government right now who recognize how much this is hurting the average consumer, the average person on Guam. $7 for a gallon of gas. You got to pick up the kids. You got to drop the kids. You got to go here. You got to go there.
Well, we got that great mass transit system, the world-renowned, record-breaking mass transit system.
Absolutely. I don't understand why we're not all riding the bus. Absolutely.
It's like I'm talking to myself here. Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. While I'm thinking about it, is that something that maybe an attorney could put together with what you know about civics and the law? Because it seems to me that the government of Guam has made a windfall. The business privilege tax at 5% was already more, I think, than they needed. And I think the numbers
there was
bear
an
that
$18 million surplus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not good. We don't like surpluses.
But they've made that on the delta on the change in the prices. So inflation has hit everybody in the community, and the government of Guam is still making that not the same 5% as the price of the goods and the service go up.
Making more.
They're making more for which, and I'm going to use the word again, the words for which the taxpayers have no evidence of added value. If we're looking at inflation, I think they're supposed to have the new May numbers are supposed to be coming out tomorrow, which is why the market's in the tank today in anticipation of them being really, really bad. But if inflation is 10%, that means that the business privilege tax has gone up 10, 11, 12%. And the government is not giving me an additional 10 or 15% more value, more
they're
product
popping the champagne. The money's flowing through the door.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And they can spend it.
It's like crack to the government, you know.
There's the other big addiction problem that we've got around here. 9:39. I'm talking with Attorney Tom Fisher. I'm having just a great time with him because we seem to be down the same road and barking about all the same things. If you got some comments you want to make, now would be a good time. I'm going to take a look at what's happening on the Facebook Live here and see what folks have got to say. You're more than welcome to chime in. Real Joe, do me a favor, hit me up with a break. We'll come back with more of attorney and candidate Tom Fisher next.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
20 away from the top of the hour, 888-8255-888-TALK. Quick question for you, Attorney Tom Fisher. It's Inauguration Day. What's the first thing you're going to do? Have you sorted out your first legislative introduction?
Roll back the BPT and start hammering away at it.
Get that. I think that was Jimmy Craig's, wasn't it? Jimmy Craig Moore, wasn't that the first thing that he introduced when he was at the legislature?
Did the BPT get rolled back? No.
No. Well, so we've got an issue.
Did his bill even get heard?
Oh, I don't even know if they ever scheduled a public hearing for it. But
there you go.
So that is the curse of the minority here. So one of the things that you've got to do, and I think the way that we've got to position ourselves here, and I don't care Republican or Democrat, because many of the things that you and I are talking about as you know, Republicans and conservatives, I'm hearing that from others in the game. You take John Ananich from over at Sidelines. He's going to put his hat in the ring, and many of the things that we talk about are right down that line. He's a Democrat.
Well, the reason we keep hearing about it is because it doesn't get fixed.
Yeah, so you know, is it majority or not majority? Figure out how to build that coalition. There was a plan. I'm going to struggle here. You've got your Your letter. No, that's yours. I'm looking for the press release that you sent out because I think there was some language in there that you were using that I like. The People's Platform.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me more about that.
Well, that's just an extension of the people's money, isn't it? Yeah. So it's People's Platform. And, one of the things you've heard me talk about it a little bit is procurement and essentially government spending. 155,000 people, we got $1 billion budget. Where's all that money going? We need to spend it wisely. We have to, and we won't be spending it wisely.
Bureau of Women's Affairs?
I'm sorry?
The Bureau of Women's Affairs is so important. Women are held down here on Guam, said the woman governor to the woman speaker at the legislature, backed up by the woman chief justice.
You're not sucking me into that one.
Oh, no, come on, let me go.
Oh, no.
It's boys in girls' restrooms, boys playing on girls' wrestling teams. Come on, Tom. What do you say?
I think I'll just leave that sit. That's what I say.
Well, if you're a boy, play on the boys' team. I mean, it's simple. I think we've got to, again, return to the reality of what life is all about. If you were a boy, if you got boy parts, go to the boys' restroom. If you got boy parts, play on the boys' team. And if you suck at being on the boys' team, that doesn't automatically give you an in to go and beat the snot out of the girls on the girls' squad because they're smaller and frail.
Well, Ray, if you suck on the boys' team, don't you think maybe we ought to assign a aide to individual aid?
Yes. A trainer. Gov Guam provides a trainer for all of these misguided youth. I don't know about if that fits on the People's Platform.
But you had brought up something earlier about the tension between the majority in the legislature and the minority in the legislature, and historically and typically the minority is just shut out.
Yeah.
They don't get to play.
No, I'm not even attention. I think it's just they ignore them.
They just ignore them. Yeah, they're essentially an irrelevancy unless they actually need a vote. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense. These 15 seats are at large. So if you want to run as a Republican, run as a Republican. If you want to run as a Democrat, run as a Democrat. But if you get elected as a Republican, your constituency also includes Democrats.
Concur.
And if you are elected as a Democrat, your constituency also exists and is comprised of Republicans. It is a disservice not to allow a minority, whether it be Republican or Democrat, to have their voice, because what you're really saying is that a huge portion of the government of Guam, or the population of Guam who voted for this individual, we just don't want to hear what you have to say.
Not a word. Sit in the corner.
It's insane.
Yep.
It's just not.
Well, the other insane part is I think that it comes down to these people need to assert themselves a little bit more, and there is such a thing as leadership. Yeah. There is such a thing, and even if you're in the minority, I think there are things that you can do, things that you can say that will, I don't know, maybe attract more people to your way of thinking, be a little bit more convincing, that kind of thing. And I think you ought to be able to do that. You've got those argumentative skills as an attorney. And you might know how to be able to convince people of the line that you want them to follow.
Sometimes I think these people do know what needs to be done and what is the right thing to do, but they have constituencies that we don't know about. I'm
going to ask you to put the headphones on. Ken LG, the other governor, Leon Guerrero, is on the line, and as I said, I don't think we're going to get too much by way of an argument, but I would like to hear his comments. Attorney Tom Fisher, you're on with Ken Leon Guerrero. Buenas noches, Ken.
Good morning.
Good morning,
those
Ken.
of you who have not had the pleasure of listening to Tom in court, it's eloquent. I mean, he tells a story, and he wraps the legalese in there, but you can actually decipher and easily understand him as he walks through his points in motion, which is not common among a lot of attorneys here.
I love this guy.
So I just wanted to get that out there. And
Thank you, Ken.
I was thrilled to death when I heard that he pulled a packet.
Turned it in. He turned the thing in yesterday.
I was hoping that he was going to get one for the Attorney General, but then I got to thinking about it. I said, no, what we need is somebody in there that understands standing. And I'll tell you why. This administration and the Calvo administration both worked very hard to destroy voter standing, taxpayer standing, citizen standing in the court system. I'm in the Supreme Court right now defending the right of citizens to hold government accountable for actions that cost taxpayers money. And we have the Attorney General's office and the administration lining up, fighting hard to exclude taxpayers from having any rights whatsoever. That's why we need to have someone like Tom in the legislature who understands this concept. because standing is one of the most powerful tools we have as citizens so that we can use the court system to hold politicians accountable, because they won't hold themselves accountable. I mean, we saw that with the retroactive massive pay raises that were illegal. You know, did you see anybody get held accountable for that? No, we didn't.
Well, how about the double pay promise that they've reneged on?
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, we see instance after instance where the politicians and the administrations put their needs and wants ahead of those of citizens, and that's why it's so important that we get somebody like Tom into the legislature, because he nailed it right there in the first few minutes of the interview when he talked about standing.
Follow the law.
I mean, when he said standing, my heart skipped a beat, because that is so important that we as citizen legislators have to defend, because politicians won't defend that.
Yeah,
they're fighting against it.
You better get your campaign gear in and paperwork in there, Ken, so that you can run alongside with Attorney Tom Fisher.
As we're talking, I'm scanning my paperwork in to turn in later today.
All right,
good.
We'll have a ceremony. We'll have Lou will send Josh down there, and he can walk you in and drop. Oh, maybe somebody different. 9:49. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Ken. Have a great weekend. Talking with Attorney Tom Fisher this morning, and now candidate Tom Fisher. I'm going to quote you while I was doing a little bit of homework over at Carabao last night. One of the things that I wanted to do was take a look at the myth and legend of Tom Fisher. You had said, and I think you were talking with Judge Elise Iriarte. And this is in response to COVID-19, the legislature's inaction, and a hope that maybe the other branch of government, the judicial branch, might be able to work a little bit more for the people of Guam. And the quote is, DPHSS has ridden roughshod, that word in particular, roughshod, over our rights.
Oh, heavens. My law firm for months was involved in getting people who were incarcerated. They said we put them in a hotel. You can
voluntary.
Voluntary. Yeah, voluntary. Yeah, ridiculous. But you put somebody in a hotel. You can call it whatever you want. It's still a jail cell. Mm-hmm. And these people were being incarcerated, contrary to law. Department of Public Health, neither Department of Public Health nor the Attorney General's office thought it was worthwhile to, for example, inform people that they had a right to talk to an attorney before they got thrown in the big house.
That's right.
They just didn't want to do it. It was inconvenient, evidently.
Yeah.
And inconvenient that you're going to lock somebody up. We had mothers separated from their children because of this policy.
It was a common scene. At the fancy end of Tumon, people going up and down the beach and stopping in front of the Dusitani, and looking up and waving and crying in a lot of cases because we're down here and you're stuck up there and you're going to be there for 14 days.
Yeah.
And what did we learn about lockdowns? Is quarantines? None of that worked. COVID came in and it went through the town as bad as it got for whoever.
Listen, there were some heartbreaking situations. I had a young man came out here. His brother had drowned, and mom only had one son left, and that was him. And he came out. He was a military guy, came out here to help family put together the funeral, and. No, he was stuck over here. Couldn't get out.
Unbelievable.
Couldn't comfort his mother. Couldn't comfort the whole family. Turns out, as you might expect, the Department of Public Health and Social Services didn't follow the law. They incarcerated him. It happened again and again and again.
I was glad that trying to remember the name of the other attorney that you were working with.
Rachel.
Rachel, right.
Rachel Taimanyawa Zuzu.
There was some great work that you guys were doing, but it just felt like there was such a huge hurdle to get over, and I kept hoping that Judge Iriarte would just bang a gavel and say, "Let these people out. You haven't followed the law."
They haven't followed the law, and Rachel right now. By the way, a little shout out to Rachel.
Yeah,
one of the best attorneys I've ever met. Rachel Taimanyawa Zuzu. But she is in the Supreme Court right now because the statute that allowed those people to lock them up also gives attorney's fees if you sue them for what they have done, and you win. And
you want a bunch of those.
We want a bunch of them. But the Attorney General's office, we're in the Supreme Court fighting over that. They don't want to pay the attorney's fees.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous, and especially if it's built into the law. Now, going back now to DPHSS in particular, and the whole COVID-19, I would hope that when you are elected, that you take a good hard look at the statutes that have been quoted in every single executive order, and find a way to put some common sense into all of that. I think that there does need to be advice and consent of individuals that are going to be placed on one of these the high floating blue ribbon committees. You think about a lot of the decisions that were made by the Department of Public Health and Social Services were made by people, or the contributions were made by people that were never vetted by the legislature. These are positions that they've got there, and apparently they're very important and high-ranking and influential positions. I didn't vote for these guys.
No, and I don't want to discount or diminish the seriousness of COVID, but Department of Public Health, when all this started, well, the entire government of Guam, they ran around with their hair on fire, just thinking, no, it's all coming down. I appreciate their zeal then, but that's no excuse not to follow the law.
Well, it was fine for the first 30, 60, 90 days or something like that, but here we are. We're in the second plus year of a public health emergency.
And it's extended to July.
Yes, and I'm going to, at some point, somebody's got to say there is no more public health emergency. What you've got here is a management and administration issue, and you should be able to take care of that under regular pedestrian day-to-day Guam law.
Yeah, and I don't understand why, okay, we've got a member of a certain party in Adelup right now, and they are also in the majority, but that's no excuse just to roll over.
Play innocent. Speaking of innocent, have you heard from Ray Tenorio lately?
Last time I heard from him, probably a couple months ago. He's doing very well, very happy.
He was your client for a time in the gun grab incident. Could that have been handled better, do you think, Attorney Tom Fisher?
Yes, it absolutely could have been handled better. They wouldn't have charged it. The man was innocent, and it was a political ploy. That's all it was. The Attorney General at that time decided that they were going to drop an indictment or a charge against Ray. 60 days before the general election? It's absolutely unheard of. Nobody ever would have done that. But, I don't want to beat a drum, but people have always asked me, did he do it? No, he didn't do it. He was innocent. Could it have been handled better? Yeah, it could have been handled honestly and ethically. And it wasn't. You don't think it was handled that way at all? Well, no, it wasn't ethical it was not ethical to charge a man like that when they hadn't done an investigation. If they'd done an investigation, actually talk to their witnesses. But,
it eventually went to trial.
Went to trial. He was found not guilty. He was innocent. But
damage had already been done.
That being said, this election's about the future. I don't want to. There's no sense of.
I just wanted to ask because I'm catty that way. But there now that we are returning to some kind of semblance of normalcy around here, you were also for a time in charge of the medical referral office.
Yes, I was.
And that went down in flames as a result. There was a procurement issue, wasn't it?
It didn't go down in flames. I assume it was awarded to somebody. But I no longer handle it. There were I don't remember any particular procurement issues in that.
I'd have to look at the cases some time ago, but it just seems to me that as we move into the normalcy and people are able to travel a little bit more, I think being able to have a healthy medical referral system to be able to get our patients from here, if they want to go to Hawaii, if they want to go to California, want to go to the Philippines.
Well, someday we might not need a medical referral service.
You think we're going to build that $800 million hospital? And we're going to have all of the best and the brightest in the healthcare industry right here in Route 15?
We're going to try.
I can't tell if you're being facetious.
I'm not being facetious. Is that
you want to build a new hospital?
Is that not a duty? Well, never mind building the $800 million hospital. Is it not a duty of the government to provide adequate health care to the citizens? Is that not fundamental?
100%.
Yeah,
I agree 100%. But I think it comes down to not so much leadership over at the legislature or even at Adelup. I think it comes down in large degree to finding the right people to run Guam Memorial Hospital, to find people that have got worlds of experience and access to best practices across the country. I would say privatize. In fact, I would say there's virtually nothing in the government of Guam that we shouldn't make a target of privatization.
Well, what I'll say about I'm familiar with the hospital. I was their attorney for a little while, and I had the ability to observe the hospital, and those people are doing Herculean work over there. The nursing staff over there is unbelievable. The hours they
Ask
work.
any hospital where a Guam nurse has ended up, New York City, all kinds of other places. They come in and say, "Oh my God, the nurses on Guam are they're great under pressure because they've worked."
That's all they are, is under
duress.
pressure. Yeah, and they come into a situation where unfortunately, the hospital can be a political football, and that's demoralizing for people who are in there. They're in there day in, day out, saving lives.
Yes,
under unfortunate, oppressive, not ideal conditions. And, shout out to those people. Shout out. They are, like you just said, the nursing staff over there is second to none.
I'll use another example from history. As you remember when it was the Guam Telephone Authority.
Yes.
And you remember, you pick up the phone, you got to wait a while before you get a dial tone. And
if you move on island, it takes 6 months to get a phone.
To get a phone or a number, we got to go dig a trench. And what they found immediately after it was taken over by a private firm was that, we've got great guys, and if we give them the state of the art tools, access to a little bit more training, stop making them drive around and beat up trucks and things like that. I think they were pleasantly surprised with the caliber of talent that they got from GTA. But the problem was that there was so much built-in politics at the top end and middle management. Things couldn't necessarily change until they jettisoned those guys and replaced them.
We've got competition now.
We've got competition,
and it makes everybody step up their game. I'm sure you recall when the Justice Department broke up the Bell system, and before that, it was
monopolies.
Oh my gosh, a long distance phone call from Guam was $4 a minute and stuff like that, right? And the Justice Department broke them up, and telephone system it made the internet possible.
There's so much competition here on Guam, and that drives the prices down, and the quality of the service should be going up as well. Tom, I've had a great time in here. A million questions for you. Tell me your experience. If we had more time, I'd ask you. Tell me about what's going on down at Gun Beach. There was a time where your name was on a placard there for access to get to that side of Gun. You remember? Wasn't that you? Weren't you the guy that was
Gun Beach?
Yeah.
Well, I was involved in some litigation down there. Of course, constant, never-ending squabbles over ownership. Oh, my goodness.
One of these days, somebody's actually going to be able to put a shovel in the ground and develop something down there as soon as they pull the trigger on it. I've had a great time. I wish you very good luck in the race here. I think there's a lot of people that are glad for the last hour of getting to know you a little bit more, and look forward to hearing more about the platform for the people, the people's platform with Attorney Tom Fisher.
People's money.
That's our money. 10 o'clock in the morning is our news here on The Point. Have a great weekend. Catch you Monday.
In a comprehensive picture of events leading up to the violent breach of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th of last year.
Makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I think that all Americans watching this will really understand and have a great amount of concern.
Committee member Democrat Elaine Luria says the panel will reveal never-before-seen video. Top House Republican Kevin McCarthy says tonight's hearing is a political stunt.
Why did they prolong it? Why did they pick daylight? Why are they picking before the election?
Tonight's hearing is the first of several public sessions planned over the next few months. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Excerpts from Chairman Benny Thompson's opening statement have been released. He's expected to say January 6th and the lies that led to insurrection have put 2.5 centuries of constitutional democracy at risk. The world is watching what we do here. America has long been expected to be a shining city on a hill, a beacon of hope and freedom. Murder charges are filed against a Michigan police officer in the killing of a black man in April.
Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Schur shot and killed 26-year-old Patrick Leoya April 4th, who he pulled over for a false license plate. A body cam shows Leoya refused to cooperate, took off on foot, and resisted grabbing the officer's